Hello everyone. Welcome to a class of MS Word Essential Tutorial for learning to make professional quality documents, letters, reports. So if you're planning to learn to make professional quality documents, letter and reports, then you are in the right place because in this class we will cover everything to get you started with MS Word. So let's take a look what you learned from this class. Introduction to MS Word, creating up a new document, understanding about text formatting, alignment in MS Word, numbering and bullets, text background color and borders, understanding about tables, merging and splitting tables and inserting cells, using images in MS Word, making a watermark, inserting and editing shape, page setup, and printing. And after completing this particular class, you will be able to know the basic navigation, learn text formatting, learn document creation, understand about editing tools, learn about styles and themes, use images and shapes, set up your page and print. This is a project-based class. So during learning, you will have class project. So what you learned, you will be able to participate in class project and you can do practice while you are learning. You will have supporting resources in this class. So it will be easier for you to learn. During learning, if you face any issue or if you have any question, then feel free to ask me. I'm always there for you to help you. So let's start learning MS Word for learning to make professional quality documents, letters, and reports together. Hello, everyone, and welcome you all to another chapter of the MS Word Essential Tutorial. So now we are on our chapter number 1. Okay, so here first I'll be giving you guys an introduction to what MS Word is, how it actually works, and how you will be able to work on with all the functions available over here. Okay, so I'll be giving you guys a small intro about what all you will be able to do with this software, how it is useful in your workspace or into your day-to-day life if you're a student or if you are a professional working in any field, how this particular software can be quite useful for you. So we'll be learning about all this thing over here in this particular chapter. So let's not waste time and let's get started. So over here on my screen, as you guys can see, the topic is mastering the basics. So as I've already told you that here into this whole tutorial, we'll be learning the basics quite properly. Okay. So in any software or in anything, once we have our basics quite clear, it's easier for us to understand that particular topic in depth as well once you're very good with the basic. So it's an introduction to what Microsoft Word is, how it actually works, and what all you will be able to do. So let's see what are the things and what are the useful ways of using this particular software into our daily work. So the first thing is the introduction. Okay, so I welcome you to our class of Microsoft Word. And this tutorial will cover the essential features and also the functions of Word to help you master the basic. So let's dive in. So first we will be getting started and firstly we'll be understanding the interface and the basic navigation in Microsoft Word, and which is quite crucial. Okay, sometimes it's hard for us to understand the interface and also how you will be able to do the basic navigation. Let's say if you do want to open up a new document, how you will be able to open up a new document over here in MS Word, how you will also be able to understand that how to save that file, how you will be able to copy, how you'll be able to paste, how to what are the different formats, and if you do want to write any kind of CV or any kind of presentation, what are the formats that you need to follow. So we'll be starting on with the basic, and as it already says that it is the crucial part. So once we are actually familiar with the interface, and also we do understand what are the basic navigation in Microsoft Word are, the software will quite likely be quite a favorite thing for you to use into your daily to day work. Okay. So this tutorial will basically guide you through the key elements of the Word workspace. Let's say you do want to write a letter, how you will be able to change up different fonts, okay, how you will be able to change up the font size, how you will be able to print up your document. We'll be getting started with all of these things, okay? And I make sure that by the end of this tutorial, you will be able to understand Word quite easily. Okay, so I'll try my best to explain you guys in the most easiest way possible. Okay, so first thing first, we will be understanding about formatting the text. We'll learn how you will be able to apply bold and how you will be able to underline any text which you have into your document, and as well as we will understand how you will be able to change the font and also the size of your font as well. Okay, so font is basically the type of text which you're using. There are various kind of fonts, okay, which we'll learn over here. And also if you do want to change the size of a specific letter or a specific word or a specific sentence, how you will be able to do that, we'll be understanding all these things right over here. Okay, and also we'll be mastering the text formatting in this particular tutorial as well. And mastering text formatting is basically essential for an effective document creation. Okay, so once we know how you will be able to use the text option, how you can actually underline that, how you can actually use a subscript, how you'll be able to use a superscript. Okay, so these things might sound a little crazy right now. You guys might be thinking, okay, what is a subscript? What is superscript, let's say? But once we get deeper into our classes, once we move throughout, you will be able to understand what these basic things are. Okay, so how you will be able to get a power of, how you will be able to write any kind of formulas. We'll be learning all these things under the formatting text option. Okay, so we will also understand that how you will be able to work with different kind of styles. Okay, so styles are basically a powerful tool for consistency and efficiency in document formatting. Okay, so we will be learning about that over here in detail, and this slide will basically demonstrate that how you will be able to customize your own style and also apply those into your work. Okay, so there will be two kinds of styles over here. One is already there as a template, or there is the styles are already present in MS Word, and once is that you will be able to create up your own style. Let's say if it's that for a title, if it's that for the body of your presentation, or it is for your images, you will be able to understand that as well. Manually you will be able to customize, otherwise there are a lot of options from which you guys can actually choose as well. So this was about working with styles. Then over here I will also be teaching you guys about inserting images. Okay, so into your document, if you do want to put any kind of images and later on you want to actually print that particular thing out, I'll be telling you guys the most efficient and different ways of putting onto your image. Let's say you want to put your image inside a shape, you want to actually select a particular area where you want your image to put that to that particular place as well. And sometimes what you want to do is as say I do have any text, and on top of that text I want to put my images. So we will also learn about that. And adding images in our document can basically enhance the visual effect, or it will look more visually appealing, and it will convey my message or my information which I want to share with the people quite effectively. Okay. And this slide will cover the various methods for inserting and formatting images. So we will be learning how you will be able to insert an image, and also how you will be able to format the images in Microsoft as well. Okay. So formatting means if you do want to change or do some basic color correction in your image, how you will be able to do that. We will be learning about those things over here. And next, come here, you will be able to create different kind of lists as well. Okay, so lists are basic fundamental elements of document organization. Okay, so sometimes we do have a checklist for doing our daily work, so you will be able to create those things over here using Word as well. And this slide will demonstrate on how to create numbered and bulleted list in Microsoft Word. Okay, so we do have a chapter where we'll be understanding about numbering, how you will be able to number. Let's say you want to type 1 to 10. And sometimes what I want to do is I just don't want to write those things again. I want those numbers to apply it by itself. So sometimes what we can do is we can just apply those methods over here, and Microsoft Word will understand that we want to, after number 1, we want to go to number 2 and also to number 3. So that is the usage of these numbering options over here and creating list in MS Word. And now let's come here and let's see the next point is inserting tables. Okay, so if you do want to put out any presentation, let's say you are working in a company and you are actually trying to present your pitch to your other team members or to your company. So in that case, there are so many things and there are sometimes different kind of values which I do want to show them using a table, which is quite more visually appealing than just by saying it to them. And they'll be able to understand in a better way once they see that image and listen to you at the same time. Okay, so tables are basically essential for presenting data in a structured format. Okay, so if your table is clear, and in that case, you will be able to present your data in a structured manner. And this slide will basically guide you through the process of creating and formatting tables, how you will be able to create up a table of your liking, and also how you will be able to format tables. Let's say you want 5 rows and 4 columns, but now you do have 2 columns and 2 rows. How you'll be able to change that, how you'll be able to change the block colors. Let's say you want multiple colors in your block, you do want to change the stroke size. Okay, you guys can also do all these basic things using Microsoft Word. Okay, so this was about inserting table. So these were the basic things what we are going to learn over here throughout this whole tutorial. And also there are different advanced options which we will be learning once we move deeper into our classes of MS Word. So in next class, we'll be talking about how you will be able to navigate through the workspace, how you will be able to understand or create up a new document, understanding the elements in your pages. So we'll understand about all those things over here into our next class. So I hope to see you all in my next chapter, where I will be explaining you guys more about MS Word. So see you all in the next chapter. Till then, take care and goodbye everyone. Hello everyone, and welcome you all to another chapter of the MS Word Essential tutorial. So now we are on our chapter number 2, where I'll be showing you guys about creating a new document. Okay, so I'll also be telling you guys that how you will be able to get the MS Word application into your system. Okay, how you will be able to sign up, what is the fee that you need to pay to get this particular service by Microsoft and to use this particular software. So let's not waste time and let's get started. So over here on my screen, as you guys can basically see that now this is the Google page. So you guys can go to any search engine which you use. Okay, it can be the Mozilla Firefox. Okay, it can be other software as well. There is Opera Mini as well. You guys can use that search engine as well. But what I need to search over here is you need to go and search for this Microsoft 365. Okay, so basically from Google, you need to go to the Microsoft 365. And from here, as you guys can see that first, this is the page or this particular website which comes. Okay, so if you click onto this particular website, it will take you inside this one. And over here, you guys can see this is the website of Microsoft. Okay, so there are different options. If you do want to check out their products, you guys can come here and check out their products. And under Microsoft 365, you do have this Microsoft Word file as well. Okay, so you guys do need to buy it in a bulk, which will provide you with other softwares like Microsoft Excel, Microsoft PowerPoint. There is Notepad as well. So if you do want to get that, let's click on Get Microsoft 365 from here. Okay, so I will come here. And from here, you guys can see what is the amount do we need to pay. Okay, so first thing first, if you're using it for your personal use, you guys can see this is the best value for 2 to 6 person. Okay, so 2 to 6 person, they'll be able to use this one over here. And you guys can see this one is for 1 to 6 person. And over here, it will give you the MS Word, MS Excel, PowerPoint. Here you do have the Defender. Here you do have the Google or the OneDrive over here. Here you do have this particular OneNote where you will be able to put out different kind of notes. And here you guys can see all these softwares are basically by Microsoft. Okay. And let's see what is the yearly fee, which is around 99.99 cents per year. Okay, so it's $99. You guys can actually tell it's $100. Just a marketing strategy over here. Okay, and also if you're using it for only one person, let's say you don't want or you don't have 5 or 6 person, so you want to use it only for yourself. So for that, it's around $70 per year. If you don't want to buy, you guys can buy this particular thing as well. Okay, so here you will be able to use this one into 5 devices at the same time. If you take this $100, let's say you are 5 of you are friends. Okay, and in that case, what you guys want to do is you guys now come here and you guys split $20 each for your Microsoft 365 applications. Okay, over here you will be able to use it on PCs, any kind of Macs. If you do have phones and tablets, you guys can use that. And for this particular pack, you will get basically 6 terabyte of cloud storage. Whereas if you take this personal one here, you will be able to get only 1 TB of cloud storage. Okay, so it will give you premium features. It will give you online access to this particular softwares as well. And if you don't want to come down, you guys can actually check out the other benefits of using the Microsoft 365. Okay, so if you're working on Excel or PowerPoint or Microsoft Word or any other software by Microsoft on a regular basis, which is included in this pack, this is such a great deal. Okay, so if you split it up and if you calculate on a monthly basis, it comes very less. Okay, and it's quite affordable to use this particular software. So you guys can come here and you guys can basically get this for yourself, for your family. Okay, so that was about paying the yearly fee. And also if you do want to pay on a monthly basis, which is around $10 a month, okay, And also, if you're taking or buying this one, you will get a 1 month of free trial. Okay. So you guys can try that thing out as well. Okay. So if you go with pay monthly, here you guys can see it's $10 over here. And if you're a single user, it's around $7 a month. Okay. So all this which I was showing you guys, this was basically all about this personal usage. Okay. But let's say you are a company or you do have a business, and for your business, you do want to get the access of Microsoft 365 family. So there are different plans for businesses as well. Okay. So if I click on for businesses, here you guys can see that here you do have different kind of plans. Okay. So over here, it's $6 per user per month. Here you guys can see this is the business standard one, and you guys can come here and check those things out, that what all it will give you access through. Okay. So there are different options, or there are different softwares by Microsoft as well, which is kind of costly. If you compare, you guys can see it's around $22 per user and per month. Okay, so you guys can check it. If you do need any kind of software which are not available in all of this, you guys can come here and take this particular item as well. Okay, so this was for your business. So what you guys can do, if you like it, you guys can click on buy. It will give you a ID. Okay, you guys can come here and you guys can basically log into those IDs as well. Okay, and you guys can differentiate which one will be better for you. Okay, so basically I won't be able to suggest that which one is basically better for you. But if you are a new user, if you just started using recently, for me, I'll prefer that you guys go with this personal one. Okay. Or if you guys do have some friends, you guys can just take this particular one or with your family, and you guys can just share this particular account among 6 people. Okay. That will be more cost saving in this particular case. So now let's move on to Word, and let's see how the interface looks like, how you will be able to open up a document, how you will be able to create up a new document as well. Okay. So over here on my screen, as you guys can see, once you open your Word file or this Word software, this is the page which you will guys will be able to see. Okay. So now I am here in the home page of MS Word. And on top, you guys can see if I do want to create up a new blank document, I can click here on blank document. And also over here, I do have different kind of templates. Okay. So if I do want to make this kind of resume, okay, or CV, I can come here, take this particular template, and I can just change out all of my name, my images. Okay. I can change all those things, but the format will remain the same. Okay. So if we are in any kind of hurry, we guys can use all of these templates over here. And also, if I just click on to that more templates option, you guys can see I do have this limited number of templates available to me for different kind of works. Okay. So over here, you guys can see there is the single spreadsheet. Here you guys can see there are different formats of writing down your resume. Here you guys can see, and also there is a restaurant brochure. If you do want to create up any kind of invoice, here you guys can see I do have the format of the invoice. If this is any kind of flyer, or if you do want to create any letterhead, you guys can see there are different kind of options. And also, if you want to specifically search about anything, okay, you guys can come here and specifically you guys can search a lot more templates right over here. Okay, so once you're searching over here under templates, you need to make sure that your PC or your laptop is basically connected with the internet. Okay, because here I am searching online. Okay, so if I am offline, maybe I won't be able to see all of this. Some of the templates which are over here by default in MS Word I will only be able to access those particular thing. And you guys can basically save up your work. And let's say if you want to search any online templates which you have seen somewhere else, or there is a theme according to which you want to work, okay, you guys can come here and put up your keyword. Let's say professional. And if I just click on enter, you guys can see that it will basically search me for that. Otherwise, let's come here, let's go back. And here you guys can see if I just search for a letter, okay, and if I just click on enter, it will basically give me different formats over here. Okay, you guys can see there are different formats for me. Here you guys can see there are a lot of templates which I can explore right back from here. Okay, so this was about how you will be able to do your work quite easily. You guys can come here, enter into this one. Okay, and if you like anything from here, you guys can also pin that thing down. Okay, let's say this is the template which I liked and I want to use it later. But for now, I don't want to use and I want to use it later. So I don't have to search that again. In that case, I can just pin to list this thing down. Okay. And from new, if I go again into my home page, okay, and now under recent here, you guys can see just beside that, I do have the pinned option. Okay, so over here, I will be able to check out the document which I do have pinned. Okay, so if I just click on to more documents, you guys will be able to see those things right from here. Okay, let's go to my recent file, and over here you guys can see just beside the new option, I do have this particular thing pinned for me to use anytime I want. Okay, so this was about the templates. Again, let's go to my home page, and this was about understanding or searching more templates for your work. Okay, and if you just come underneath right over here, this is the first option known as recent. So under recent, what we'll be able to see is we will see that what are the recent files that we worked on. Okay, let's say we did work on this particular file before. So it will basically show me in what particular document did I work on, in what date was the last date which it was modified. Okay, so here you will be able to see all of these recent files. And if you want to explore more documents, you guys can come here, click on more documents. And if you do have so many documents which you have worked on later, you guys can explore more options as well. Okay, if you're working on a regular basis and with a lot of document over here in Word, sometimes it might be quite hard for you to find those things out. So the best way is once you're done with something, make sure to save it in your PC. Okay, that you guys can open it later whenever you need. So this was about recent page, and also over here you do have a search bar. Okay, so if you do have named your Word file, you guys can come here, and under this recent option, you guys can search according to the name which you do have saved. So this was about recent. And if you just click on pinned, you will be able to see the file which you do have pinned. And just beside pinned, you do have the option of shared with me. Okay, so let's try to understand this one. Let's say I will go to recent, and from recent, when I just hover my mouse over here, you guys can see this is the option of pin. Okay, so if you do have pin, now if I come here under the pinned option, you guys can see this document is basically being pinned. Okay, so under recent again, if I do want to send this file to someone else, or I want them to review this one, or maybe change something over here, I can share this file over here. Okay, so here you guys can see you do have the share option. You guys can click over here onto the share option, which will basically give you a lot of options of how you want to send this file to. Okay, do I want to give out any of their email account? Okay, do I want to send it by email, or do I just want to copy the link and I will just send them the link through different kind of social media? Okay, And also under copying link here, you guys can see what they will be able to do. Okay, do I want to give it to a specific people? What all they will be able to do? Uh, are they only allowed to view this one, or they can edit over here as well? Okay, so there are different settings over here, and also you guys can see who with who all this file is being shared with. Okay, and also if I do want to give them any message regarding what thing this particular word file is for, I can come here and I can just write them a great message over here. You guys can see, and on top I can just put up their name. If I do have any group, I can just put up the group name, or if I do want to send it to some specific email accounts as well, I can come here, put up those email accounts, and make sure that I click on to the save or send option. So for now, I will just close this thing down, and also you will be able to see if anyone do have shared any file with you into the shared with me option. Okay, so sometimes what happens is in one particular file that is quite big, multiple people work in one single file for a continuous basis. Okay, so let's say there is 100 page of Word document, and there are three people who are working on that. Let's say you are making a flyer, okay, or you are making any kind of magazine, or you are making any kind of brochure. So in that case, you guys can work multiple of you in one single document at the same time. Okay, so those files will be saved in the shared with me option, and under new you guys can see that you do have all of these templates. And let's say if you do have opened up, or you do want to open up any file. Okay, so in that case, you guys can just click on open, and from open, what you guys can do is you guys can select the files right from here. Otherwise, if you don't see those files over here, you guys can go to this PC, and from here, you guys can basically search from where you do have saved your file. Okay, so do you want to take it from the recent option or the shared with me option, or you do have saved that Word document into your OneDrive account, or do you want to browse it? So you guys can just click on browse if you do have it in your PC, and it will redirect that Word file over here into your PC. So let's say I will come here, I'll go to desktop, and from here I do go to this resource file, and under here you guys can see that I do have all of this icon. Let's see if I do want to open up the class project one, I can come here and I can basically open up this particular file. So once I select this one, I need to come here and I need to select in what mode do I want to open. Do I want to open it like I also can come here and enable editing, or do I only want to open it in a read only manner? Okay, so I can open up this file, but I won't be able to make any changes at all over here. So if you do want to open it as a copy, so the main file won't be open, but a copy of the same file will be basically opened. Okay, so there are these particular things how you guys will be able to open up a new Word document. So let's close it down right from here. Okay, so different options over here. I hope you guys do have got a basic idea about how you will be able to open up a document which you have worked on before. And if you do want to create up a new folder, you guys can come here, click onto this new folder into the open option, and over here you guys can rename it according to yourself. So for now, I will just cancel this thing out. And once you are done with this particular thing, if you do want to check out all your information regarding your account, you guys can click on account and you will be able to see all the information regarding this. Okay, if you do want to give up any kind of feedback regarding this software, you guys can come here and you guys can actually send them a smile, or if you don't like something, you guys can just send them a frown, or if you do have any kind of suggestion, by the way, they will be able to improve the user experience into this particular software. You guys can give them some suggestion as well. Okay, so Microsoft is always open to changes if they feel that your idea is quite nice, they will be implementing that very soon. Okay, so this was about feedback, this was about account details. And on top here, you guys can see you do have your account detail over here. If you want to give out any suggestion, you guys can come here. This is the help desk option, and over here you guys can also get Microsoft Word help. Okay, and they also do have different kind of shortcut keys. So as we're just getting started over here with Microsoft Word, we will get to know different kind of shortcut keys. Okay, so once you're working in this particular software, it is quite easy for us to work using the shortcut keys. Okay, because those are quite time efficient, and also it basically makes my work quite easier and makes it quite faster. Maybe it won't come to you at the beginning when you're trying to do, but if you're playing with it, or if you're working on this software on a longer basis, or if you're using computer on a long basis, then the shortcuts will be the key things that you use. Okay, that time you won't feel like going to the mouse, clicking on the right side of the mouse, then creating some document or copying that. Okay, there are different options, different shortcut keys, which we will explore once we move deeper into our classes. Okay, so I've showed you guys about the homepage, different kind of templates, how you will be able to open up a document, different ways of opening up a document, account details, about giving up a feedback if you do want to give them any. Now, lastly, we will see how you will be able to create up a blank document. Okay, so creating up a blank document is the main thing and the main space where we are going to basically work. Okay, that is going to be our workspace. So you guys can open it up from the home page as well. So under homepage, under new, you guys can see I do have the blank document option. So I can just click over here once. Otherwise, I can just click on to new, and from new, I can click on blank document. So once I click on blank document, this is the type of page which will basically appear. Okay. So on top here, you guys can see there are different options. Okay. Here you do have the file. Here you do have the home. Here you do have insert option. Here you do have a lot of options over here under this menu bar. Okay. So this is basically called the menu bar. And under all of these options, you guys can see that I do have different type of options. Once I change, if I do want to insert anything, I can go to the insert option. If I do want to draw anything, I do have all these options regarding drawing. If I want to work on with my layout, I can come here and work on with my layout as well. Okay, so let's go to the basic home page over here. And here you guys can see I do have all of the tools available to work over here. And this is the workspace in which I'm going to work on. And underneath, you guys can see if I do have multiple pages, I can check that in what page I am on. Okay, so now it shows that page 1 of 1, and I don't have any words over here. And also it shows me that what kind of language am I using right now, and what is the accessibility. Okay, so it's telling me that it's basically good to go. And if you don't want to zoom in and zoom out into your page, okay, you guys can come here, and here you guys can see this particular slider to zoom out. And if you do want to zoom in, you guys can come here and zoom in as well. Okay, so once you have created this new document, you guys can come here and you guys can basically change up its name as well. Okay, so if you just double click onto this particular document, here you guys can see that you will be able to save the name and also choose a location into your system or into your OneDrive, that where do you want to save this particular Word document. Okay, and once you're done with each and everything, you guys can click on save and it will be saved accordingly. And make sure that you understand what are the file type over here. Okay, so all the Word file which we work on is basically .docx. Okay, so all the Word file available is in the .docx format. Okay, so I will just close this thing out. So yeah, I hope to see you all in the next chapter. where we'll be learning more about these options available just underneath, like how you will be able to work on with text, what are these different options regarding this font page over here, how you will be able to change different kind of font styles, how you'll be able to change the font size, and all these things over here. So see you all in the next chapter. Till then, take care and goodbye, everyone. Hello, everyone, and welcome you all to another chapter of the MS Word Essential tutorial. So now we are on our chapter number 3, where we'll be understanding about text formatting. Okay, so how you will be able to write your text down, change up your font, their sizes, okay, different kind of lines, and also how you will be able to save this particular document once you're done working. So let's not waste time and let's get started with this particular chapter. So over here, as you guys can see it on my screen, that now I'm here in the workspace of the MS Word. Okay. So this is the same document which I was showing you guys in the last class. And over here, if you do want to save this file before working, you guys can save this file before working as well. And if you do want to save this file after you work, after you have done working, you guys can do that thing as well. Okay. But for me, what I basically do is once I do create up a new document, I make sure that I save that. Okay. So for any safety purpose. So I will come here and if I just click once, I can just name this file. Okay. Let's say, let's name this one as text formatting. Okay, so I will come here, name this one as text formatting, and now they're asking me at what location do I want to save this file. Okay, so here you guys can see it is showing me that choose up a location. So I will just click onto this particular arrow, and from this one, I will make sure I will just click on more locations. And once I do have clicked more locations, let's come here. Let's click on to the browse option. And over here, let's go to my desktop. And from my desktop, let's go to my MS Word resource file. And let's name this one as text formatting. Okay, so I will just name this one as text formatting. And once I'm done, I will just select the type as the Word document. Okay, which is a docs file. And I will just click on to save. And this particular file has been saved into that particular location with this name as text formatting. Okay. So you guys can come here and as you guys can see, once I bring my mouse or hover it right over here, you guys can see that I do have this icon. And now if I just type anything from my keyboard, it will be typed accordingly. Okay. So from here, if I do want to type anything, let's say I will come here and I will just type from my keyboard, welcome to our class of MS Word. Okay. So let's say I will just type this particular thing up. Okay. And once you have typed this thing up, here you guys can see this is basically the text formatting options. Okay. So from over here, I will be able to choose that what kind of font am I looking for? What is the size that I'm looking for over here? Okay. If I do want it as small caps, if I do want it as a bigger caps, I can select all of these options from under this font option. Okay. And most of the time, once we are working in this particular word, this is the most basic things that you will need in each and every project or each and every document which you work on. Okay. So as I've told you that I do have saved that particular file which I was working on. But now, as you guys can see, I do have saved up a blank document and the content now which I have, if I do want to save it directly, there are, well, different ways of how you will be able to save this same document into the file which you have saved in your PC. So for that, the shortcut key is Control plus S from your keyboard. If you just click on Control S, if you do have a Windows, but if you're using a Mac, it's Command plus S from your keyboard. Okay. And also there is another option which is there on top, just beside the name. You guys can see you do have this save option. You guys can just click on saved, and this particular word will also be saved right over here. Okay. And now let's try to understand about the font which we are going to use. Let's come here and let's try to change the font or the type of letter which you have over here. So for that, what I need to do is I need to select what all I want to change. So once I do have selected, you guys can see I will come here on top, and on top here you guys can see you do have a small arrow. Okay. And if you do want to get access to the font option is MS Word, it is Control plus Shift plus F from your keyboard as well. Okay. So once I'll click over here, you guys can see that I do have different options of font which I can basically use. Okay. So I can just explore that what kind of font am I looking for? Am I looking for this band script one, which is semi bold condensed? Here you guys can see this is the Bodoni empty black. Here you do have the Berlin Sans Epidemie. You guys can use all of this thing. You guys can come down, and here you guys can see that there is multiple fonts available by default in Microsoft Word itself. Okay. And also, if you do want to download any kind of font, you guys can just go to your search engine and you guys can search for different kind of fonts. If you do like any, you guys can actually install that font and it will be installed over here into our Word document as well. Okay, so I will come here and let's say I want to take this band script semi-bold condensed. So I will just select this one. And once I'm happy with the font, what I'm going to do is now the next thing is, let's say this is basically the topic. Okay, so in this particular case, what we basically do is once we have any topic or that is the title, in that case, we tend to make the title bigger than the subtitle or the subheading or the body of your project. Okay. So now just beside this font option, you do have this particular option known as the font size. Okay. And the shortcut key for that is Control plus Shift plus P from our keyboard if you do want to get access it directly. So I will come here, click onto this arrow option. And from here, you guys can check that what is the font you are looking for. Let's say I am looking for the 36 size. You guys can come here, put on the 36 size over here. And also, if you do want to manually put, you guys can come here and manually put any kind of numbers. Okay. So now, to make you guys more clear about this thing, now I am over here in the home page. Okay. So my home page is under my menu bar, and in menu bar you guys can see there is different option which actually holds different kind of solutions or different kind of sub options as well. Okay, so the options which I have under home, I don't have it under insert, or the options which I have it in insert, I don't have those same options under layout. Okay, so we need to understand those things quite well. Okay, so this was about the font size. Okay, and now comes that over here. Let's say you want to increase the font size one by one. Okay, or here you guys can see now from 36 it jumped to 48, and if you do want to get double, you guys can come here and it is basically changing accordingly. So if you do want to increase the size, you guys can increase the size of your text using this arrow option. Just clicking once, it will just increase or increase the size accordingly. And just beside this one here, you do have the option of decreasing the font size. So I can come here and here you guys can see it is basically decreasing the size accordingly. So let's come here. Let's keep this one as 48 itself. And over here, you guys can see that now I do have all of this word mixed up with the first letter as cap, and the other letters over here are basically in small letters. Okay, but over here, from this particular option, if you come here and if you want to see all of this word into lowercase, you guys can come here that this W, which was in uppercase, is being turned into lowercase as well. Okay, so over here, if you want to see all these letters in the uppercase, you guys can come here, choose the uppercase option. If you want to capitalize each word, okay, that only this capital letter will be in the start of each letter, you guys can see that starting of each letter do have a capital letter and the other is being followed by the small letters. Okay, otherwise if you come here and if you do want a toggle case, you guys can see that the first basic word over here is in small and the other over here is basically in uh capital letter. Okay, so here you guys can actually toggle the change. Okay, and again, if you come here, let's say if you want to have a sentence case, so in the sentence case option, you guys can see as this one is basically a sentence, it actually tells you that now over here into the sentence I do have my first word or the first letter word as a cap, and everything is swallowed or everything is followed by a small letter. Okay, so this was about the caps over here by changing the case. Let's come here, let's get on with the uppercase over here, and just beside this case option, if you do want to clear all formatting, okay, I will be showing you guys about that once we put on different colors to my font, once we apply different kind of text effects or in our typography. So now let's come here and let's try to understand. Let's say I do have this particular sentence or this particular word over here, but now it is in regular format. What I want to do is I want to make this one bold. Okay, I want to make this one stand out more. So in that case, I can come here and just underneath the font option, I do have this bold option. So once I click onto the bold option, let's say, let's come here. And if I just click on bold here, you guys can see how it actually looks. Okay, so if I come here, let's say I will just choose the Aptos option. And if I just turn off the bold, this is how it looks. And if I just turn it on, here it is how it looks. Okay, so you guys can basically make it bold and also turn it off back again. And just beside that, you do have the italics option. Okay, and the shortcut key for that is Control plus I from your keyboard, and over here it's basically Control plus B, which is for bold. So italics, what it does is if you apply italics into a sentence or into your word selected, it will just give a slight bend towards the right. Okay, so let me just select this one, okay, over here. And now what I will do is I will just apply italics only to this particular word. Okay, so I will come here and let's apply italics. And over here, you guys can see there is a small slanting onto the right hand side into this particular word. So now look closely. If I just turn it off, this is how it will look. If I turn it on, here you guys can see there is a small turn onto the right hand side. Okay, so this was about italics over here. And under italics, if you come here, if you want to apply underline, you guys can come here and you guys can apply underline as well. Okay, so there are different underlines. Let's say if I do want a simple underline, I can come here, apply this simple underline. If I do want two lines, I can have this double underline. Here you guys can see this one is more bold. This is the dotted underline. And here you do have this dashed underline. Here you do have this curved or wavy underline. And if you don't want to apply any underline, you guys can come here and select none from here. Otherwise, turn it off directly from this underline option. And the shortcut key for this underline is U from our keyboard. And if you click on this arrow here, you guys can basically explore more underlines over here. You guys can see, you guys can actually make your own underline over here as well. Okay, you guys can select the effect. You guys can basically get up a preview, and here you guys can see what is the word or the font type you're going to choose on. So I'll just close this thing down for now. And once I've selected this particular word, what I'm going to do is I'm going to just apply this simple underline over here. Okay, let's come here. Let's click on to uh, this underline option. Okay, let's come here and I will just apply this underline. And once I'm done, let's say I will come here and I will just select this particular word, which is off. Okay. So yeah, I hope you guys do have understood about the underline. And also, let's say if I come here, if I apply this underline and I want to give this underline up a different color. Okay. So I will just go to underline color option, and also I can just give some automatic colors. Otherwise, you guys can see that I do have a lot of color options. And if you don't like the colors which are basically available over here, you guys can come here, click on more colors, which will basically let you choose from this particular part. Okay, so you guys can come here, choose from this one. Otherwise, if you do want to customize the color, or if you do have any kind of color code, you guys can come here and you guys can apply that particular color code over here. So to apply or to get different kind of color codes, I'll be telling you guys about a website known as the Color Hunt, where you will be able to see different kind of color combinations, different colors, and their codes as well. So you guys can copy those things, and after that, you guys can apply it in your project as well. Okay, so once you're done, let's click on OK over here, and you guys can see the underline has changed its particular color. Okay, so this was about underline. And also, if you come here, if you do want to give any strike through in middle of your word, let's select this word, and I do want to give up a strike through, I can come here and give up a strike through accordingly. Okay, so this is about giving up a strike through. And now let's come here and let's click on enter to go down. And what I want to do now is I want to write different kind of formulas. Okay, so you guys have already seen in your chemistry class, if you do have attended any. So if you do want to write any kind of formulas, in that case, how you will be able to write. Let's say the formula for the oxygen is O2. Okay, so now what I'm going to do is I'm going to just write O, and after that I am going to write 2. Let's say O, and now over here I will just type 2. Okay, so what I'm going to do now is this is doesn't look like the formula. Okay, so in that case, what I want to do is I want to make this too small, and I just want to keep it just beside this O. Okay, so in that case, now I will just select this 2 option, and what I can do is I can come here and I can just apply this subscript option. So now this one looks like a formula, and this is well depicted. So I will come here, let's say I will just select this thing up, and what I can do is I will just turn off these underline options, and now it looks better. Okay, so this is how you guys can actually write chemical formulas using this subscript option in Word. And the same way, let's come here, and sometimes what we used to do is in our maths classes, we used to write 5 power by 2 or 5 power by 8. Okay, so how you will be able to put that? So firstly, I will just put 5 and 8 over here, and now the letter which I want to use as the power by, I will select that particular character. And after that, once I have selected, I am going to come here, and from here I will just select this superscript option. Okay, so now this one actually looks 5 powered by 8. Okay, because these are basically not in the same size, or those are not basically in the same alignment as well. Okay, so this is about the superscript and the subscript. We have learned about these options as well. And now let's come to this text effects and typography. So if you come here and let's say if you do want to apply different kind of effects into your letter, you guys can come here and you guys can basically add all these kind of effects available. Okay, so it also includes different kind of outline. Do you want to change up the outline? And if you do want to use different kind of shadows over here, you guys can come here, use different kind of shadows available over here. If you do want to give some glow to your character or to your font, you guys can come here and you guys can apply those things accordingly. Let's say I will come here, I will select this welcome option, and over here what I want to do is I want to select this particular thing. So this is being applied over here, and once you do have applied, if you do want to add it into your quick access toolbar, you guys can come here and basically add it into your quick access toolbar as well. Okay, so you guys can basically use that whenever you want. And also over here you do have different kind of number styles. If you do have any kind of numbers, let's say I will just select both of these numbers, and now I will just come here onto the effect option. Let's go to number style, and here you guys can see they do have the proportional lining, and also here you do have the tabular old style, and this one is basically the default. Okay, and here you guys can see there are different type of ligatures, different kind of glow option, different kind of reflection option, which you guys can come here and explore these things by uh, out by yourself. Okay, different kind of shadows. So as I've already told you that each and everything I won't be able to explain you, which will take a lot of time, as we do have a time limit as well, that I need to finish this tutorial the best way possible within a small period of time. Okay, so that will be going to quite easier and quite fun. Okay, so once you have applied this thing, just beside that you do have this option known here as the text highlight color. Okay, so if you come here, let's say I want to select this particular text, and over here, if you do want to give this one or highlight this particular text, you guys can see for highlighting any particular text, it will basically highlight it with only these colors. Okay, so these are the main colors which are basically used for highlighting. So I can come here and use any of it to highlight my text around. Okay, so if I do want to see only the high contrast color, I can come here and segregate those colors accordingly. Let me take out this blue for highlighting. Let's say if I do want people to notice to that particular place, or there is something important over a conversation or over a title, it will basically gain the attention of other people when they're basically viewing my work. Okay, so highlighting actually is used if you do have anything important to mention which you want people's attention to be in, okay, in that particular word or into that particular sentence. And highlight is basically used with the colors which are more appealing or more visible to the eyes. Okay, so those are the type of colors which are being used. So now I do have explained to you guys about this text highlighting color as well. And lastly, here you do have the option of the font color. Okay, so let's say I will come right over here and I will just select this text. And over here, I do want to change out the text color. So now it is in default in black color. Let's select this text. And what I can do is I will just use this particular arrow, and over here you guys can see there are different kind of theme colors. These are the standard colors which I can use. If I don't want to apply also, I can come here and just hover my mouse over these colors and I can see the preview of how it will basically look. Okay, so you guys can come here, check those out. And if you do want to explore more colors, you guys will have this color hexagon over here. And also if you do have any color code, you guys can come here and apply those things as well. Okay, so let's come here, let's apply this, let's click on OK over here. Let's come to this option. Let's go to more colors. Let's go to custom. Let's come here. Let's select this particular color. Okay, so let's come here again. Let's go to this more color option. And from here, let's select a color And once you're done, you guys can just click on OK, and your font color is also being changed. Okay. And under font also, you do have the option if you do want to apply any kind of gradient. Okay. So once you have selected that color, you do have a different kind of options over here. Like, do you want the light versions of the gradient? Do you want the dark variations of the gradient? And also, if you're not satisfied with that, you guys can click over here and you guys can have this formatting text effect option. Okay. So you guys can come here, check for gradient fill, let's say, and you guys can manually select all of these color palettes. Okay, let's come here. If you do want to change out the color, let's select this one, change out the color accordingly. Let's come here and let's change the color over here as well. And if you do want to delete it, let's select this particular word or this particular slider and let's click on remove the gradient stop. Let's place it right over here. Let's place it over here in the center. And this is how it will basically work. So this is about formatting text option. I do have tried to make you guys understand each and everything about text formatting. Okay. So as you guys can see, I told you that lastly, I'll be talking about this clear all formatting options. So as you guys can see, I do have applied this particular color and I do have applied the gradient and also I do have applied or placed of different kind of font. I do have changed up the size. And if I do want to clear all of those formatting options, I can come here and I can just click on clear all formatting, which will give me back this particular font size which is there or which was there by default. So I will just click on Control Z to go back again, and this is how you guys can actually reset all of the values of your work. So yeah, I hope you guys do have understood this class on how this basically works, how you will be able to change up the font size, how you'll be able to check out what kind of font style you're looking for. Do you want it bold, italics, or do you want any kind of underlines through that? How you'll be able to change up the font size from here, how you'll be able to clear down all the formatting, how you'll be able to apply different kind of text effects, how you will be able to highlight your text, change up the text color. All of these things we do have learned over here into this particular chapter. So yeah, I hope to see you all in the next chapter where we'll be understanding in detail about alignment. Okay, so over here you guys can see these are the alignment options. I'll be explaining you guys in detail how this basically works. So see you all in the next chapter. Till then, take care and goodbye everyone. Hello everyone, and welcome you all to another chapter of the MS Word Essential tutorial. So now we are on our chapter number 4, where I'll be showing you guys about alignment in MS Word. Okay, so in last class, we do have talked about the font in detail, but here we'll be talking about alignment, like how you will be able to align all of your sentences. If you do have any particular word which you do want to align in the center, okay, you guys can basically do that using this particular option. So we'll be learning about all this thing over here into this particular chapter. So let's not waste time and let's get started. So now over here on my screen, if you guys take a look, now I'm here in the home page of the MS Word. Okay, so the first thing what I'm going to do now is I'm going to come here, create up a blank document, which will give me basically a page quite like this. Okay, so from here, the first thing what I'm going to do is I'm going to write some things up. Okay, so for that, let's come here and let's type hello everyone to our class of MS Word. Okay, so I will just type this thing out, and over here into our last class we do have learned that if you do want to change out the font, you guys can come here and you guys can basically select what kind of font you want, And also, if you want to increase the size, you guys can come here and you guys can basically increase the size of the font from here as well. Okay, let's go on with 18 for now. Okay, so I will just keep this one right over here. Let's give small e. And here you guys can see that I do have this particular sentence. And if you take a look, you guys can see once I started typing, there is a particular gap. Okay, so my word is basically not starting from here, or it is not starting from the sides over here from the basic edge. Okay, so this is basically a imaginary line, okay, or an imaginary margin. Okay, if you come right over here, if you go to this particular option, okay, let's say let's go to this layout option from here, and you guys can basically select the margins from here, like how much margin you are looking for. Okay, if you do want to put out any margin, if you do want to change up the spacing, you guys can do it from the layout option. Okay, so regarding this, basically, we'll be learning in detail as well later into our classes. But the one which we are going to basically focus on is about this alignment. Okay, so as you guys can see, I do have this paragraph option, and under paragraph option, you guys can see that I do have this align left option, and the shortcut key for that is Control plus L from your keyboard. Okay, so now you guys can see my this particular word or this particular sentence is basically on the left hand side. Okay, and this same particular word, if you want to come here, let's say I will select this one and I want to align these words over here into the center. Okay, so for that I can just directly click on Control E from my keyboard. Otherwise I will come here, then I will just click on Control E. So if I come here and again, if I just keep my mouse without selecting any of these characters, I will come here and if I just click on center, you guys can see basically it will centralize. Okay, so let's say if I do have a lot of objects over here and if I don't select anything in particular, and then what I do is I will, if I align, everything present over here in my worksheet or in my page will basically get aligned into the center. And if you do want to align it to the right, and the shortcut key is Control plus R from our keyboard, then it will basically align it with the right margin. Okay, so if you come here, if you click on align right, you guys can see it will basically align on the right hand side. And if you start writing, you guys can see it is actually going on to the left hand side once you write. Okay, but once I was typing, you guys could have seen that it was basically moving from the left to the right. But now once I'm typing, it is basically moving from the right onto the left hand side. And sometimes for my heading, let's say I want to make it bold. Let's come here, let's select this one, and now I will make this one bold as well. And individually, I can actually change the size as well. Let's keep this 20. Okay, so you guys can actually use this alignment option for your work right over here. Okay, and also you guys can see you do have this justify option over here. You do have the line and the paragraph spacing. You guys can see if you do want to put on any shading, and also here you guys can see you do have this borders option. Here you do have the indent option. Okay, so we'll be learning about all these things over here as well. So I hope you guys do have understood the very basic of how this align to the left works, how the aligning on the center works, and also how the aligning from the right hand side basically works. Okay, and also let me come here, let me just centralize this one, and now let's open up a new document. Okay, so I do have a sample word file in which I do have a sample document, and regarding that I will be telling you guys. Let's come here, let's click on to open, and here you guys will be able to see that how you guys can open up a file which you have it in your system. So I will just come here, go back to my file option, and from file, let's click on open. And once I go to open, let's click on browse, which will redirect me into my PC. From there, let's go to desktop. And from here, I will select my resource file and I'll take out the sample file, okay, which do have 83 pages, you guys can see. And I will just click on to open. So basically, this is the page which will appear over here. And now I will just change and I will enable editing. Okay, so if I do want to make any changes, I need to make sure that I enable the editing option. Okay, so now you guys can see that I do have this particular paragraph right over here. So if I come here and let's say if I just select this particular word and now if I just put it over here in the center, this is how it will look. If I do want to align it to the right, it will look like this. And if I go and align it to the left, this is how it will basically look. And now with this same particular characters which I have over here, if I don't want to justify this character, you guys can see now if I come here and let's say I will just align it to the left. Okay, so once I align it to the left on this particular sides, you guys can see that it is not the same. Okay, so if I just put up a line, you guys can see it is not the same, or here you guys can see the alignment is not fine. Let's say I do want to justify it in all the lines. Okay, that if I just put up a straight line or any kind of margin, all this alignment will basically be the same on to all of the sides. Okay, like the ending point in each line should be same as the next. Okay, so in that case I can come here and I can just click onto the justify option, which will basically actually work on with the spacing, and this one now looks more organized. Okay, so this is how you guys can actually work on with the justifying option. So now over here, the next thing which we will look is basically this particular point known as the line or the paragraph spacing. Okay, so to use this line and the paragraph spacing, basically I don't have to do anything, or I don't have to select the whole paragraph itself. Okay, so basically I can do that as well, but it's not necessary over here. So it totally depends on how you love it or how you want to see it or how you do basically use this one. So if I just keep my this text writer over here, okay, and now once I do have to keep this one, let's come here and let's try to see about the line and the paragraph spacing. So I'll just click on this arrow and here you guys can see now this is basically a paragraph, and Word also did have understood that this is one normal paragraph, and I do have my cursor in my paragraph itself. And let's say what I want to do is now I want to increase the spacing between each and every line over here. So there is a particular spacing. If you, let's say, if you come over here and if you think, okay, I do want to increase the spacing between this particular letter, okay, only for this particular paragraph. So let's say if you come here, if you put on 1.5, you guys can see only in this particular paragraph, okay, let's say 1.5, only in this particular paragraph, the spacing between the line is basically changing, okay, not in others, as you guys can totally see right over here. So what Word does is basically it tries to understand that what is a paragraph, what is a sentence, and where the paragraph is getting discontinued. It basically understand all of those parts. If you come here, you guys can see you guys do have this 3.0 option as well if you want to have the line spacing in this paragraph till here. Okay, you guys can basically use these particular points. Let's go with 1.15 for now. And now let's say what I want to do is here by default you do have till 3, but what I want to do is you want to basically decrease or increase. You guys can do it manually as well. Okay, so let's say if you come here, if you don't want to work on with these values manually, come here, click on line spacing options, and over here just make sure you just put this one aside. Okay, you put this in one side. And also, if you do want to increase it, you guys can come here and basically check out the indent as well. Okay, and if you talk about the spacing, you guys can come here and you guys can basically increase the spacing quite well. Okay, so here you guys can see, you guys can basically increase the spacing between the paragraphs over here. And also, if you do want to justify it, you guys can come here and basically justify the lines as well. Okay, so now I do have it as 0. So if you come here, if you let's say I will just come here, let's cancel, let's select this thing up, let's go to this option, let's go to line spacing options. And once you do have this line spacing options, I can come here and let's say I do want to decrease it to zero point 0.5, or I want to increase it to 0.4.5. Okay, so I do have applied this one as well. And now once I am done, if I click on OK, you guys can see the spacing is quite different. Okay, so let's come here, let's go with the 1 point only again right over here. And after that, if you want to come here, and from here, if you do want to add any kind of space before any paragraph, okay, you guys can come here and click on add space before paragraph. And if you want to put out any space after paragraph, you guys can see after this particular paragraph, it's actually adding up a space. Okay, if you just take up a look over here on my PC, once I hover my mouse over onto this option, which is there at last, called add space after paragraph, it's actually adding up space just underneath. And the same way, if I go over here on top, instead of moving down, or instead of giving some space on top, it is basically giving up a space before the paragraph is starting. So there is this particular space between this title and between this particular text. And here you guys can see you do have justified this line over here. Okay, so this was basically about the alignment. So we have learned how you will be able to align it to the left, how you will be able to align it to the center, and also to the right, and also about the justification option. Over here, we do have learned about the paragraph spacing. And now let's come here and let's try to understand about this particular options. Okay, so if you come here, if you do want to understand about the indent, if I just come here, if I just place my mouse over here at the starting, if you do want to increase the indent, let's say this is the margin, and you want to move your sentence from the margin onto the side, so you guys can come here and you guys can basically click on to this indent option. Okay, let's say if you come right over here, let's select out this whole paragraph. Okay, so I will come here, I need to select this whole paragraph. And if you do want to increase, or if you want to come here, move it onto the right hand side, you guys can see it is actually moving onto the right hand side. And the same way, if you want to decrease the indent, you guys can come here and you guys can move this whole paragraph onto the left hand side towards the margin. Okay, so here the margin is basically not visible, but you guys can understand from where the margin basically starts. Okay, so on top of the first line and just beside this particular line over here, which are basically not visible. So this is the usage of the indent option right over here. So I hope you guys do have got up and basic idea, but let's move on to the first Word document, which I do have opened over here. So in many cases, what happens is I will come here, let's go with the alignment on the left, let's click on enter again. Sometimes once we are trying to create any kind of CV, or we are putting on our general information, so there is a great way of aligning things. Let me show you. Let's say I do want to write my name, I do want to write my age, and also I do want to write about my father's name, okay, or my address. So in that case, now let's say I will just type name. Okay, and now what we basically do is, if you do want to align it, I will just click on shift and I will click, and here you guys can see that I do have a column. Okay, so if I come here and let's say I will just write ABC. Okay, let's come here, like let's write ABC. And here you guys can see now, if I just click on enter, let's say I will just type my age and let's click on shift and colon over here. Let's type 18 over here. And if I just click on enter, let's put out address and I will just use the colon and let's type A, B, C street. Okay. So here you guys can see I do have all of my datas over here, but when I'm trying to write this thing or when I'm trying to align this thing, this doesn't look that great. Okay, so to make it look better, what we guys can do is we can basically use the tab option. Okay, so there are different ways of how we'll be able to align it properly. Let's come here, put my cursor over here, and now if I just click on tab, you guys can see it is basically creating up a space. Okay, so again, if I just click tab twice, this is how I will come here. Let's click on tab over here and I'll just click on tab over here as well. And also I will come here and I will just click on tab. And here you guys can see now this one basically looks a lot better. Okay, and if you don't want to do it in this particular way, you guys can come here and you guys can move on the column as well. Okay, so if I come here, Control Z, let's go back. Let's click on backspace. I will come here and I'll click on backspace over here as well. Let's bring it over here and backspace over here. So now what I'll do is I will just select this particular space just before the column. Let's click on tab and tab again. Let's come here and let's click on tab over here again. Let's come here and I will just put out this tab option right over here again. Okay, so now you guys can see this one also basically looks a lot better. And if you don't want to see up a preview, let's go to the file option. And from the file option, if you just go to print, you guys can basically see that if you print this thing up or if you want to have this particular document in soft form, you guys will be able to view the content quite like this. Okay, so this alignment basically looks a lot better, and I have showed you guys the usage of the tab option as well. So you guys can come here, and if you guys do want to click on backspace, you guys can come here and work on that as well. So tab basically moves it one by one, and you guys can apply this one. If you go and check it on the read option, you guys can see this is how it actually looks. So let's come here. Let's go to the edit mode option again. So let's come here. Let's go and view this one over here again. And the alignment looks a lot better. Okay, so you guys can come here and work on your file quite like this. And yeah, I hope you guys do have understood this class on how you will be able to work. So yeah, I hope to see you all in the next chapter where we'll be learning more about MS Word. Okay, till then, take care and goodbye everyone. See you all in the next chapter. Hello everyone and welcome you all to another chapter of the MS Word Essential tutorial. So now we are on our chapter number 5 where we'll be learning about numbering and bullet points. So we will be learning how you can actually put numbers into your Word document, how you will be able to get that without writing it, okay, just by giving that particular point and it will be automatically put on. Okay, so we'll be learning about this thing right over here into this particular chapter. So let's not waste time and let's get started. So over here on my screen, as you guys can see now, I'm here in a new Word document. This is the workspace. And the thing we are going to learn is this particular points, okay? Some bullet points right over here. So for that, let's first type few things down. Let's type 1 and I will come down. I will just write 2. Let's come down and let's type 3. Let's come down. I will type 4. Now 5, and I will just write 6 over here. So as you guys can see now, I will select all of this. Let's increase the size from here. Let's say, let's go with 20. Okay. So you guys can see that over here now, I do have this six line with 6 points. Sometimes what I want to do is I want to make sure that I do put some numbering over here. Okay. So let's say I already do have all of these points right over here. But what I want to do is I want to basically come here and I want to put the bullet points all together. Okay. So in that case, I need to come here, select all these things. And from here, if I want to put on some numbers, I can come here onto the number option. But let's say I just want to create some bullet points, then I will come here. I will just click on to this option. And here you guys can see, do I want to put this dotted line? And here you guys can see there are different kind of bullet which I can basically use. You guys can see these are the things which I can basically use into my work right over here. Okay. And also let's say from here you don't like any and you want to get some new bullet points. In that case, you guys can come here and you guys can click on define new bullet, and from here you guys can basically select how you do want to align. Okay, do you want to align it onto the right hand side? Do you want to align it on the center? Okay, you guys can come here and you guys can check those out as well. Or do you want to align it to the right or to the left? So this is how it actually works. And also you guys can go to the bullet character, and from here you guys can go to the symbol, and from here you guys can check out different kind of symbols accordingly. Let's say I want to use this one as the bullet point. Okay, so I will come here. Let's say I will select this. Let's click on OK right now, and I'll just click on OK over here, and this bullet point is also basically being added. So you guys can come here, and here you guys can see if I do want to change the list level, I will come here. Let's select this one, and over here you guys can basically check or select the list level as well. Okay, so this was about how you will be able to use these bullet points. But now let's come here and let's try to understand if you want to give names instead of this bullet points. Let's say I do want to use numbers over here. Okay, so first thing first, I will just turn it back off. Okay, so let's click this one. Let's select none over here. And after that, here you guys can see that I do have this numbering option. So once I do have selected all of these points from here, I will click onto this arrow. And over here, you guys can see there is 1 to 3 numbering. Over here, you do have the 1 to 3. If you want it in Roman numbers, you guys can see you guys will be able to get it in Roman numbers as well. Okay, otherwise if you do want ABC, if you do want small ABC, if you do want small Roman numbers, you guys can come here and check those things out as well. Okay, so let's say right from here I want to use this particular thing. Okay, let's come here, let's select this, let's click on Control C, and again I will just come down. Let's click on to this particular option. Let's come here, and now I will just click on Control V, and here you guys can see the number will basically continue. And if I just click on Control Z, it will go back to its original position. So let's come here. Let's keep this thing right over here. And now let's say I will just cancel all of this. Let's cancel this thing out as well. And now I will just put on numbers. So let's say I will just write hello. And once I click on enter, you guys can see automatically I do have the number 2. Okay, so let me type everyone. And if I just click on enter, you guys can see it will give me numbers accordingly. Okay, and the same way, instead of numbers, if you want it to represent by ABC, you guys can come here and you guys can just type ABC. Okay, so Control Z to go back, and let's say I will type something. I'll click on enter. I'll type something, then I'll click on enter, and here you guys can see it is basically giving me this bullet points and also numbers. Sometimes if you're making any kind of question paper, or let's say you are a teacher, you are actually making multiple question for your student, or you're just listing down few of the points. So using bullet point in your document, or giving all of these numbering options, basically helps to understand the point better. Okay, so we will understand that, okay, this have these multiple options, or these are few of the options which we guys can use. Okay, so bullet points are basically used that we notice that thing and read through that as well. Okay, so if you want to come here, and let's say I will just delete all of this. And over here, if you do want to actually come here, and if you do want to define new number format, you guys can come here, click on new number format. And from here on top, you guys can go to this number format style. Then you guys can basically choose it from here. Okay, so if you want to come here, if you want to represent it as the full word like first, second, third, and it will continue, you guys can come here and you guys can apply those things. And if you do want this particular option where you will have uh 01, 02, or 001, you guys can see all these options are basically available. You guys can also use this first, second, and third. And all these things basically depends on to the usage of your work. Okay, like how you do want to basically use it. Okay, so this is about all of it right over here. So now let's come here, and if you do want to explore it from your font option, let's say you want to actually create some different number format from the font option. So I will come here and I will just click on font. Then from here I can basically select. Okay, let's say I will just select this particular font. I can choose the font style, and after that I can also choose or select the size as well. And also if I do want to give it any strike through, I can give any strike through. And if you want to make it small caps, you guys can come here and you guys can make it. And if you just want to put it at all caps, you guys can come here and put this one as all caps as well. Okay, so once you are done, and if you do want to use this advanced option where you want to give this one some character spacing over here, if you want to position those things properly, you guys can come here. Let's click on OK. Then after that, here you guys can see this is how it basically looks. Okay, so here it will show first, second, third, and you guys can just click on OK, type your thing down, click on enter, type your thing down, click enter, and here you guys can see it will basically continue the way you will just set up your things. Okay, so this is about numbering and bulleting over here. And if you come here, you guys can see if you do want to set any numbering value, you guys can come here and you guys can basically select the numbering value as well. Okay, so if you do want to increase it, you guys can come here and you guys can actually increase it. And if you do want to start up a new list or continue from the previous list, you guys can mention that particular thing right over here itself. Okay, so you guys do have that particular option right over here. So for now, I will just come here. Let's cancel this thing. And now let's cancel all these things over here. Let's click on enter. Let's come here. Let's click on backspace over here as well. Okay, so I hope you guys do have understood this bullets option and also the numbering option. But here you guys can see in bullet option you do have only the bullet marks. Okay, you guys can come here, define new bullet option, and here under the numbering option you guys can see you do have all of these options over here. But both of this, if you want both of these as combined, let's say you do want different characters altogether. Okay, let's say you want A1 and Roman 1 as well. Okay, in that particular case, there is a mix, which is basically this particular option known as the multi-level list. Okay, so let's come here. Let's type as 1. Let's type 2. And I will just write 3 over here. And from here, now what I'll do is I will select all of this. And now I will just come here and select this multi-level list. Okay, I will just click on this particular arrow, and over here you guys can see that here it will basically show me quite like this. Okay, so if you want here as 1A and Roman letter 1, and also it will be continued with this one A and Roman A, and over here again it will basically continue the same way. So there are different kind of styles, and also you do have a different bullet points. If you want to use multiple bullet points in your work, you guys can use these points. And also here you guys can see different kind of headings. And if you are not happy with all you have over here, if you do want to define new list style, you guys can come here and you guys can basically define the new list style over here. Okay, so you guys can just name it according to yourself. Let's say I want to name it as my style. Okay, so I will come here and from here I will just type my style. Okay, and once I'm done with this, here you guys can see from in what format do you want to start on. Okay, so let me just put this one as one, and also how you want to apply formatting. So here you guys can see at what level you want to apply the formatting. You guys can select the color whatever you want to choose. Let's say I will just select this particular color. Then also if you do want uh, any type of font, you guys can come here, select that font, and let's select the font size as well. Let's take 22. And over here, let's say I will just go on with bullets. Let's come here and let's go with this option. If you do want to work on with the indent, you guys can come here and you guys can basically work on with the indent over here manually. Okay, so after that, here also you do have these particular options. If you do want to justify these things, you guys can come here and justify your thing as well. And once you're done, okay, you guys can come here and you guys can just click on to OK, and you guys can come down again into this multi-level option. And from here, let's say you guys can apply your thing up. So let's say let's define new style. Let's come here, select up a different color. Let's click on OK. Otherwise, if you want to check out the format, you guys can check out the format accordingly. If you do want to scale it, or if you do want to work on with the font, basically you guys can come here and work on with the font according to yourself. So I'll just click on OK over here. Let's come here and let's click on OK onto this. And this is how you guys will be able to define your new style. And if you don't want to save it, you guys can come here and you guys can save it as well. So here you guys can see now, if I do want to change the list level, as I already do have this style, it is being saved here over here. So now you guys can see the color over here has basically changed. And the same way, if I come here in this multi-level list, you guys can see I can come here and check out the one which I do want to use. Okay, so it was about defining new style list. And if you want to define new multi-level list, you guys can come here and you guys can basically define it accordingly. So now you guys can basically define this one right over here, but I won't be making any changes, but I hope you guys do have understood the usage of the bullets and numbering and also about the multi-level list. Okay, so I hope to see you all in the next chapter where we'll be learning more about MS Word, and we'll be talking about text background color, how you will be able to work on with the borders, which I have over here. We'll be understanding about all of these options which are there under styles. So see you all in the next chapter. Till then, take care and goodbye everyone. Hello everyone, and welcome you all to another chapter of the MS Word Essential tutorial. So now we are on our chapter number 6, where I'll be showing you guys about the text background color and borders. Okay, so how you will be able to change the background color of your text, and also how you'll be able to put up a borders onto your color and onto your text. So we'll be learning about all these things over here into this particular chapter. So let's not waste time and let's get started. So over here on my screen, as you guys can see that now I'm here in the workspace and I do have created up a new document. So the thing which we are going to learn is about this option known as the borders. And also over here, we'll be learning about the shading option using which we'll be able to basically change out the background color. Okay. So let me just write few other text over here. Okay. Let me just type hello everyone and welcome you all to our class. I will just come down our class of MS Word. Okay, so as I have written this particular text around, let's select this text. Let's increase the size of the font. Let's take 24. And if you do want to make it bold, you guys can come here and make it bold as well. Okay, so now this one basically looks good. It is aligned over here onto the left hand side. Now, the next thing, what I'm going to teach you guys about is if you do want to change any particular place, let's say I want people to notice this particular word. Okay. I want people to notice this MS word. Okay. As this is the keyword over here. So I will come here. I will select this particular word. And if I do want to change out the color or if I do want to highlight this one, there are two different options. Let's say if I want to shade this, okay, so I do have the shading option, but I do have already told you that if you want to highlight just beside this effects option, and here you do have this option called the highlight. Okay, so in highlight, so once you are working, let's say, let's talk about the basic in our school days, or if you're already in school, you guys know that you can't use all the color to highlight things. Sometimes you do have a highlighter pen, right? Okay, so they come in different colors. So highlight colors are basically those colors which do have some high contrast, okay, that it will be visible to our eyes quite easily. So if I come here and here, if you want to highlight things, you guys can see that particular word is getting basically highlighted. So if you come here, you guys can see this red color. Here you do have this particular color over here, and you do have that color over here as well. And under that, if you want to take some good contrast, you guys can come here and take on to some good contrast over here. So now I do have highlighted this particular text, but the same way, if I come here and let's just keep my cursor right over here into the first line. And now instead of highlighting this text, what I want to do is I want to basically do shading. Okay. But here, as you guys can see, once I'm trying to do the shading, it basically takes up the whole line. Okay. So I can come here. I can just take out this whole line. Let's say I want to centralize this one. So I can come here and I can just centralize this whole text. Okay. So as you guys can see, once I'm trying to take out the background color, you guys can see this is how you guys can basically work. So here, these are some of the colors which you guys can choose from. And the same way, let's say I will just come here. Let's say I won't apply any color. Okay, I do want to go back. So let's click on white over here. And now again, I will just align it onto the left hand side. And if I just select this text, okay, and again, if I try to highlight, you guys can see the whole line itself is getting highlighted. Okay, so those things are basically used for writing any kind of title. Okay, so here you guys can see this one is basically quite visible. And the same way, let's select this one, let's centralize this. And over here now, as you guys can see, I do have highlighted this one. And now if I come here and if I just increase the text size, you guys can see my highlight or the text background is also changing in size. Okay, so here I don't have to manually change the text background, but if I just increase my font size, automatically it will be changed. Okay, and if I just decrease it, you guys can see the length of this particular line is decreasing as well. So let's come here, let's go with 26 and let's keep it on 26 right over here into the shading option. And if you come here, if you do want no colors from here, if you want to explore more colors, you guys can click on to more colors. And over here under standard, you guys can see you do have all these colors which you guys can choose from. Otherwise, if you do want to customize the color, you guys can go and click on customize, and you guys can basically write any color code. Okay. So for that, let me show you guys about one website which I do use more often to get different kind of color for my work, whether you are using Photoshop, whether you're using Illustrator, but you guys can use that particular website for your work. So let's come here, let's type Chrome. Okay, so let's come here and I will just type or go to the Google Chrome. Let's log in to one of my account, and from here let's search for color hunt. Okay, so I will just go on into the color hunt, and here you guys can see that this is the website I was talking about. So here you will get different kind of color palettes. You guys can use it. Let's click on to this one, and right over here you guys can see that you do have different color combinations. And if you want to pick any random color, you guys can just click on random. You guys can see that you do have a lot of color options. And okay, I do have these colors over here, but now how it will be helpful, or how I do want to take these color codes. So to make you guys clear that each and every color, they do have a particular code. Okay, so if you do want to copy those codes, you guys can come here. Let's say I do want this particular color, this dark color. So I will just click over here onto this particular code, and that basic code is being copied. So let's come here into my Word again. Let's come here in the hex option. Let's select all of this. Let's click on Control V to copy. Then once you have copied, if you just click on OK, you guys can see the color which I had over here is being applied into my MS Word document as well. Okay, so this is how you guys can work on with colors. Okay, and again, let's come here. If you do want to change out the shading, let's say I want to take this line, and over here also I want to put on some shading. So let's come here. Let's put out the shading over here. And what I'll do is I will select this one, and over here I won't put any highlight. Let's give no color. Let's select this one. And again, over here, I want to put on some shading as well. Okay, so let's come here. Let's go with this particular color, and I do have applied the shading as well. Okay, so if you guys take up a closer look, this one basically looks quite nice, and it looks quite well. Okay, so now as I do have this particular text or this particular color, now if I just put my cursor over here onto the last line, and if I do want to basically change this one, let's say, let me just keep it over here into the first line. Okay, and now I want to use different kind of borders around my text. Okay, so for that, you guys can come here and you guys can go to this border option, and you guys can click onto this arrow, and over here you guys can see that I do have different kind of borders. Okay, so if I want to have borders only on the bottom, I can actually have it on the bottom. If I want to have a border on top, I can basically have a border on top. If I do want to have a border only onto the left hand side, I can come here and I can actually have a border only onto the left hand side. So you guys will be able to understand this one in a better way if I come here and open up my sample document. Let's go to file, and from here let's click on open. Let's go and browse it from my system. Let's go on top desktop. Let's go to my resource file. And from here, I will just open up my sample file. Okay, so over here, you guys can see as I already do have this sample file. Let's keep my mouse just over here and make sure I do have enabled the editing. Okay, sometimes it might not show any of this object, but over here on top, they will show you guys an option where you do have an option of enable editing. So you need to make sure that you click onto the enable editing option, and you will be able to edit these things quite well. Okay, so let's let's come right over here and let's talk about borders. So I do have put my cursor over here into this particular paragraph, and this particular paragraph, if I do want to bring it inside any border, I will come here. Let's go to border option. And from here, if I do want to put up a border onto the bottom, I can basically put up a bottom. And if I do want to put up a border just between the main heading and the body, I can also do that. If I do want to put up a border onto the left hand side, I can do that. If I want to put out any border onto the right hand side, I can do that. And if you do want to go to the default option, like you don't want any borders now, you guys can come here and go to no border option. Then after that, here you guys can see on all the sides, I do have the borders. And if you want to have the borders outside, you guys can basically have this particular option. And let's say you have four different text box. Okay, so you guys can come here and you guys can basically have the inside borders. You guys can basically have this all borders option as well. And here, if you do want to have any inside horizontal border, you guys can basically select that. And sometimes you guys have seen the inside vertical border as well. Okay, so you guys can apply the inside vertical border if you do have text in both the sides. Okay, sometimes you guys can come here and over here, if you just hover your mouse. Okay, so let's come here. And if you do want to have borders, you guys can see that you guys can basically work on with this borders option quite well. Okay, so let's come here. Let's go back. And if you come down and if you want to view guidelines, you guys can come here and you guys will be able to view different guidelines as well. So for that, let's come here. And if I just click on view guidelines, here you will be able to see all the guidelines option as well. Okay, so you come here, you guys can click on this one. And again, if you do want to create some horizontal lining, okay, you guys can come here and you guys can basically create some horizontal lining right over here. Let's select all borders. And specifically, if you want to give borders not to a whole paragraph, but to a part of it, you guys can basically do it quite like this. Okay, so here you guys can see only this particular word over here is under a border. Okay, so this is how you guys can use borders over here. And if you do want to draw any tables, you guys can come here and you guys can draw tables as well, which we will be learning into our next class. And also under border, you do have this option. Okay, so here, if you want to apply this border, if you want to check out the width, what is the width going to be? Let's come here. Let's select the sixth option. And also they're asking that where do I want to basically apply it? Okay, so under here, you guys can see under the preview option, I do have this particular options over here. So here under preview, you guys can see it will basically apply over here on the top if you do want it in the center, and also in all the sides. You guys can see it is being applied in all the sides as well. Okay, so let's come here and let's say paragraph, and if I just click on OK, and this is how it will basically look. So the same way, if you come down, let's keep my mouse over here. Let's go to this option. Let's go to border and shading. You guys can come here, check where you do want up your borders. And you guys can just select that. Do you want it on top? And this is the top option. And here you guys can manually select where all you want. Let's say I do want on top and down and also onto the left hand side, but I don't want borders onto the right hand side. So once I've selected this one, I can just select what color I want. So let's come here. Let's take out this particular color. If you do want to customize it accordingly, if you do want to put out any kind of shadows, you guys can come here, put out shadows. If you do want it as a box, or if you want it as 3D, or if you do want to customize it, basically, you guys can customize it according to yourself. Okay, so let's just turn this off back again, and you will be applying it into your paragraph. And once you're done, let's click on OK, and you guys can see it is only applied over here onto the sides. So here, if you just take a closer look, you guys can see this border is being applied onto the three sides, on top, bottom, and onto the left hand side, but the border is not joined onto the right hand side, because this is how you guys will be able to customize your border option and also the shading. So here, this was about the borders. And if you come here onto the page border, those are also the same thing. And if you do want to go on with the shading, if you do want to give out any color, you guys can come here, customize this one. And also you guys can check out different patterns. So you guys can see if you do want a solid color, if you do want 5%, if you do want 50%, and here you do have all of this option. And here also these are different kind of patterns over here. And let's say I want to select this color and apply to the whole paragraph. So I'll click on OK. And you guys can see this pattern is being also applied using the help of shading. So let's come here. Let's select this one. And from here now, let's select no border onto this particular option. Let's keep my mouse right over here. And again, what I'm going to do is I am not going to apply any shadow. Let's say I want to apply the white color itself. And here you guys can see the pattern is basically gone. Okay, so this was about the text background color and also about the borders. And let's see, if you do want to sort things out, you guys can come here and use this particular option to sort your things out. Let's say I will come here and I will just select both of this point. And if I do want to sort it accordingly, you guys can come here, and once you click on sort text, you guys can see how you do want to sort. Like, do you want to sort it in the basis of the paragraph? Do you want to sort it in the basis of the heading or the field? And also you guys can select what according to what you want to sort. Do you want it to sort according to text? Or if you do have any date in that, you guys can apply that. And if you do have numbers, you guys can sort it according to the numbers. Okay. And also you guys can select, do you want it in an ascending order or into a descending order? So once you have applied those things, you guys can basically apply these three options over here. For sorting, you guys can basically put all your conditions. Let's say you want to sort from Z to A. Okay, so you guys can come here and you guys can basically sort type over here as paragraphs. Then you guys can go to text and make sure you choose ascending. But now let's come here and let's say I will cancel this thing up. Let's create up a new document, or let's open up this document which I have over here. Let's come down. Let's click on to enter. So let's come here, and from here now let's click on enter. But for now, what I'll do is I will just turn this back off. Okay, so let's come here. I will just turn it off to white, and now I will just click on enter over here. And what I'm going to do is I am going to basically type things out. Let's say I will come here. I will just write 1. Let's type 5, and I'll click on enter. Let's type 8. Let's come here and let's type 9. Okay, so once I have done this one, let's select all these things. And what I can do is I just want to sort this thing out. So I will just select this one as paragraph over here. And now I want to set this one as number. And once you're done here, I won't add it to my list. Like, I don't want to add my header row. Well, I don't have anything in my header row as well. So once I will just click on OK right over here. Let's try to sort this thing down. Let's try to search for more option. Here you guys can basically separate all of this accordingly. Okay, so if you do want commas, or if you do want to separate it in other ways, you guys can basically do that to sort your things out. Okay, so let's say if I do want in headings, or if you do want in case of field, you guys can come here, and here you guys can basically select field 1. Or let's say if you come here, if you choose paragraphs, you guys can again come here and apply those things as well. Let's go on with numbers, and once you're done, I want to apply it in my header row, and here you guys can see it will basically change. Okay, so now here you guys can see it basically shows 1, 5, 8, and 9. So now this one is in basic order. So this is how you guys can sort your things out quite easily and quite well. And the same way, if you do want to do it in a descending order, you guys can see now it is showing me 9, 8, 5, and 1. Okay, so again, I will come here. Let's go with the ascending order. Let's click on OK. And I hope you guys do have understood this part. And also here you do have, if you do want to show paragraph marks or other hidden formatting options, you guys can come here. Let's say I will just keep my mouse over here. If I click here, you guys can see this paragraph option will apply in all of these lines. Okay. So here I will just click on control or if I will just turn this back off and it is back to normal. And under here, you guys can see I do have different kind of styles. If you do want to explore more, you guys can come here and you guys can explore more styles according to yourself. Okay, if you do want to apply any other style, if you do want to create up a new style, if you want to clear any formatting, which you have already created a style, if you do want to format that, you guys can do that as well. Okay. So yeah, I hope this class was clear about the background color, understanding about the borders. I have already showed you that how you will be able to sort your things out by putting up your conditions about this show and hide paragraph options and also a bit about styles. Okay, so once we move deeper into our classes, we'll be learning more about these styles, like how you will be able to use this style into your Word document, which will look quite stunning. So, see you all in the next chapter. Till then, take care and goodbye, everyone. Hello, everyone, and welcome to a class of MS Word Essential Tutorial. So, now we are on our chapter number 7, where we'll be understanding about tables, like how you will be able to create a table into your MS Word document. If you do want to draw a table, how you will be able to draw up a table, and also different ways of how you will be able to work onto your table. So let's not waste time and let's get started. So over here on my screen, as you guys can see that now I am here in the workspace and I do have created a new document. So let's say I will just change up the document name for here. Let's double click and let's name this one as tables. Okay. So let's type this one as tables and also let's choose a document. Where do you want to save? Let's go on with more location. Let's go on browse. Let's go to my desktop. And from here, I will go on to my resource file and change the name over here as well. Okay. Name as tables. And once I'm done, let's click on to save. And this particular file has been saved as tables. And I don't have to click on or save as once I'm done working in this particular Word document. So the thing which we are going to learn about is tables into this particular class. And first off, we need to understand that why do we use tables? Okay, so in many cases, we need to segregate different stuff over here. And to do that, what I need to do is I need to come here and to insert the table, let's click on insert. And under insert, you guys can see I do have the tables option. So, well, there are different ways of how I'll be able to put up a table over here. Okay. So let's click on table. And once I click on this table option here, you guys can see that over here, I do have all of this option. So a table basically consists of two things. Okay. So the first thing is columns and the other one is rows. Okay. So basically, let's say I want to come here and I want to have a column. Okay. So here you guys can see that now in my page, I only do have one row. Okay, so this horizontal line will be basically known as the row, and here the subdivision here will be known as the columns. Okay, so here let's say I want one row, but in one row basically I want three columns. Okay, let's say I want to have one row and let's say I want to have three columns right over here. Okay, so here you guys can see, and the same way if you want to have, let's say, four columns or let's say five columns over here, and also now you want to have five or six rows. Okay, so you guys can come here and this is how you guys can basically create up your own table. So once you click over here, you guys can see that now I do have this another extra option known as the table design. Okay, so as I do have my cursor inside my table, I do have the table design option. Okay, so if I just come here and let's say I just want to select outside the table. Okay, so I will come here and I do have selected outside table. Let's click on enter. Let's come down. My that table design option is basically disappeared. And again, if I do want to see, or if I do want to bring my table design option, I'll come here, click over here, and here you guys can see I do have the table design and also the layout option right over here. Okay, so from here, let's go to this table design. And what you guys can do is you guys can just type your thing down. Let's say I want to write name. Okay, and let's move on to this particular box or this particular cell. Let's write address, and let's move on to the other one. Let's type phone number. Okay, so sometimes you guys have seen this kind of forms. Okay, and also I will just write father's name. So let's say father's name over here. Let's type father name, and let's come here and let's say pin. Okay, I will just write pin code. So once you do have created this particular table, this is how you guys can basically work right over here. Okay, so if you do want to come here, let's say I want to select all of this, okay, or all the content which I have, I can't basically change the font type from here under the table design option. So for that, what I need to do is I need to come here, I need to go to home, and from here, if I do want to make it bold, I can come here and I can basically make it bold from here itself. Okay, so this is how you guys can basically work over here. And now instead of this particular option, instead of father, let's type on fathers. Okay, so father's name over here. And also I will just instead of pin code, let's type post address. Okay, so I will just write post address over here. So just to show you guys the difference over here, if you want to bring this one over here in the center, make sure you select all of it, and after that you can just align it right over here into the center. So you guys can come here. Let's say if you want to put it on the center, or if you do want to align it onto the right hand side, you guys can basically do it right from here. Okay, so this is how you guys can come here, and basically you guys can work with all of these options. And sometimes what happens is you want to add more columns. Okay, so in that case, if you do want to add more columns or more other rows over here, you guys can basically add more columns and more rows. So to make you guys understand it in a better way, here this particular line, this is known as the row. Okay, so here you guys can see this straight line onto here, as you guys can see, is known as the row, and over here downwards, which is moving downwards, is known as columns. Okay, so here you guys can see these basically do have 5 columns, and over here also I do have 5 rows. So if you want to move around, you guys can come here, select on this option. If you do want to select all of it, you guys can come here and select this thing around. Let's come here, and if you do want to move it up, you guys can come here and move your table accordingly. So here, this is how you guys can move. Let's bring it down right over here, and it is being moved as well. And if you do want to increase the size of your table, let's say you are not satisfied with the table size which you had, you guys can come here and you guys can change up the table size, and all the size over here has changed accordingly. Okay, and sometimes what happens is you don't want all these columns to be on the same size. Okay, so if you do want to actually change those size accordingly or manually, what you guys can do is you guys can come here and make sure you have your cursor just over here. Okay, and now let's just hover my mouse over here. Let's just select outside, or let's come here and let me just place it, and this is how you guys can just move this thing around. Okay, so if you want to do it only for one individually, you guys can do it for one individually, and if you want to make it move all together, you guys can come here and make it move all together. So let me just keep this namespace quite like this. I want to increase the space for the address. Let's decrease it from here. So I'm just changing the size of these particular rows. Let's come here. Let's just move this one apart as well. Let's come here and let's just move this one accordingly. Let's select outside for now, and I want to move this one around, and this is how it basically looks. Okay, and individually, if you do want to change the size over here as well, let's move this one on top. Let's come here, let's move this one on top, and also you guys can come here if you do want to increase the size. You guys can come here and increase the size over here in the first box. Let's increase the size individually on the second box, third box, and individually you guys can come here and select the fourth box over here as well. Okay, so here you guys can see the size is basically varying depending on the cell you're working on. Okay, so if you want to come here, let's say I will just select all of this. And again, if you just after selecting, if you right click, and if you do want to insert anything, if you do want to insert any rows, or if you do want to insert any kind of columns, or if you do want to check out the properties of your table, you guys can come here, check the properties of the table, how it is being aligned, and how you do want to align it. If you do want to align it over here in the center, you guys can come here, align it over here in the center. And also, if you do want to align it onto the right hand side, you guys can basically align it to the right hand side. And if you do want to wrap it around text, let's say you do have a lot of text into this Word document. So if you just put up none, what will happen is under your table as well, you will have different kind of text. But if you give around, what it will do is whatever text you have, it won't come behind your table. Okay, so that table will basically, or the text will basically wrap around your table. So you'll be able to see the objects or the content inside your table, as well as the text which are already there. So once I'm done, I will just click on OK. And after that, this is basically the usage. Let's come right over here onto the table option. And from here, let's go to the table design. Okay, so once you're over here onto the table design option, you guys can see there are a lot of table styles. Okay, so from here, you guys can basically choose what kind of table style you are looking for, and you guys can choose the table style whatever you like. Okay, so if you do want to clear all the table, you guys can come here and you guys can clear all the table at once. And also, if you do want to apply any table, you guys can come here and apply those tables accordingly. Let's come here, let's put out this particular table, and now you guys can basically use your text whatever you do want to put. And if you're not satisfied with all the option or the grid styles or these table styles which you have over here, and under this also you guys can see here you do have the list tables, here you do have the grid tables, and also the plain tables are basically available right over here. And if you do want to modify it, you guys can come here and you guys can basically modify it according to yourself. If you do want to put on some different colors over here, let's come here, let's put out some different colors, let's give it a fill quite the same. And if you do want to change up the stroke of the border, you guys can come here, change up the stroke, or you guys can also change up the fill as well. And once you're done, you guys can just click on OK. So let's say if I come here and let's type A, B, C, street. Okay, so I will just write ABC street. And what you want to do is you want to shade this particular part, or you want to give this particular cell a different color. So it basically consists of columns and it consists of rows, and each and every individual column or each and individual box which are created is basically known as a cell. Okay, so let's go and let's try to find out some simple one over here. So if I don't want to highlight this basically, I can come here, I can just keep my mouse over here onto this box and let's go to shading. And from here, if I do want to shade it or give this one up a different color, I can come here and maybe give this one up a different color with the way I want. And also the same way, if I do want to apply any kind of border, I can come here and I can basically put up a border. Let's say I want to put border in all the sides. I will just click on all sides, and over here I can select what kind of line am I looking for. Let's say I want to create a double line, and now I want to basically select the color as well. Okay, so let's come here and I can just select those things out from here. As you guys can see now, I do have changed up the border from here, and also I can select what is going to be the total strength of the border. Okay, so let's come here, let's select the border, and this is how it will basically work. Okay, so this is about borders, and here you guys can select different kind of border style which already have this kind of colors. Here you guys can see, if you do want to paint a border, you guys can come here and you guys can just paint a border the way you want. Okay, so over here you guys can see that you guys can basically paint up a border. Let's come here, and also the same way, let's put it right over here. And if I do want to paint it on all the sides, I can come here and let's say I will just put it right over here. Let's hold on to my mouse and let's see how it basically works. Let's come and let's join this one with this particular box. Let's come here, and after that I will just come here and join this particular line as well. Okay, so let's come here, let's join this line, and with this particular line, let's join this particular part as well. Okay, so this is how you guys can actually paint your border. Select what kind of line you want, what kind of border style you want, and you guys can also select that what is going to be the pen color, what is going to be the border style, and also what is going to be the stroke weight as well. Okay, so these lines are also can be told as strokes. Okay, so you guys can come here. Let's say I will just go onto the borders again, and let's say I will just select this border again. If I want to change out the color to a different one, I can come here and I can basically highlight this particular border as well. Okay, so from here I can select where do I want. Do I want it in the first column? Do I want the last column as well, or do I want all the banded columns? So these are also table styling options over here. And once you are done with your table, let's say you do have worked, and over here now you guys can just click on to this plus sign. Okay, here you guys can click on plus sign and it will create you basically another set of cells. Okay, so here you guys can see it basically did add me up a column and also a row. Okay, which do have created 5 more cells over here. Okay, so you guys can just click on plus and it will keep on adding more columns right over here. Okay, and if you do want to move this one around, you guys can come here and you guys can basically move this thing around right over here. And if you don't want to select a whole row or a whole column, so if you just hover your mouse, okay, you guys can see you will have an arrow. So if you just click on all the content into your particular column will get selected. And the same way, if you come here, let's say if I just want to hover around, and let's say I will come right over here and I want to select each and everything, I can come here and I can just drag and select each and every content in my column as well. Okay, so this was about creating columns over here. And now let's go to this insert option again. And under inserting table here, you guys can see you do have the option of drawing a table or inserting a table. So which we will learn into our next classes. And also we will learn that how you will be able to basically merge your cell, or how you will be able to split up a cell and make different kind of boxes inside one particular table. So yeah, I hope to see you all in the next chapter, and I hope you guys do have understood the very basic of how you can create a table. But as we're moving into our next classes, there we'll be learning in detail about inserting a table, drawing up a table, how you'll be able to draw up a table all by yourself. So see you all in the next chapter. Till then, take care and goodbye, everyone. Hello, everyone, and welcome you all to another chapter of the MS Word Essential tutorial. So now we are on our chapter number 8, where I'll be showing you guys about merging and splitting tables. Okay. And also we'll be learning about inserting cells. Okay. So in last class, we do have learned about tables, but over here, I will be showing you guys how you will be able to split those, how you will be able to insert cells wherever you like. So let's not waste time. Well, let's get started. So over here on my screen, as you guys can see that now I'm here in a new workspace. Okay, so I do have created up a new document. And in last class, we do have learned that how you will be able to create a table. Okay, so the same way, what I'm going to do now is I'm going to go into the insert option. And there were few things which we didn't talk about into our last class. So in last class, basically, we do have learned that how you will be able to insert the tables using all of these options. So this is basically the number of columns, how many you want. And if you just move down, this is the number of rows of how you want your table to be. Okay, so this was one way of how to draw out a table. But if you come here, if you do want to insert table, over here, if you click onto the insert table option, basically you will be able to select the number of columns you want and also the number of rows you want. Okay, so let's come here. Let's take 5 columns and let's take 3 or let's say 4 rows over here. Okay, and if you want to auto fit the behavior, okay, you guys can come here and you guys can basically select, then do you want a fixed column width? Okay, or do you want to just basically check out or give them any number? So let's keep it on auto. And if you do want to auto fit to contents, let's say if you do have any more content in your table or into your cell, it will basically auto fit all the contents and it will feed those things accordingly. And if you do want to auto fit into the windows, you guys can use this particular option as well. So once you're done putting on all of your data, so if you just click on OK, you guys can see that on your screen, you will have a table quite like this. Okay, so this is how you guys can basically create a table. Again, let's go to insert. And also, if you do want to basically draw a table all by yourself, you guys can also do that. Let's come here. Let's click on draw table. And what I can do is let's just make up a table right over here. Okay, so let's come here. Let's draw a table. First, I'll select this one. And now I can basically draw wherever I actually want a column or wherever I do actually want a row. Okay. So you guys can basically come right over here. If you do want to change these things up, you guys can come here. And from here, you guys can change your things out. Let's go to table design. And from here, let's say I do want some single lines. Okay, so I would want a single line over here. And now if I do make a line, you guys can see now the lines which I'm basically drawing, it's just basic single lines. So you guys can just hover your mouse and make up the drawing. Just put it on end to end. Let's say I do want this particular table only till here. Okay, so I can just make this table all by myself. And also how many columns do I actually require? I can select all those from here as well. Okay, and also over here, if you do want to select columns, let's say go to the select option from the layout. From the menu bar, let's click on select cell, and individually, if I do want to select any cell, I can come here and select cells. Let's come here. Let's click on select cell option. This is how I can select up a cell. And if you come here, if you do want to select up the whole column, you guys can come here and you guys can select up a whole column. And the same way, if you come over here, if you want to select out the whole table where your cursor is being, you guys can come here and select all the content inside this table. And if you do want to select up a particular row, you guys can come here. Let's deselect it. Let's keep my cursor over here. Let's go to the select option. And from here, you guys can basically select up a column. Otherwise, let's come here and let's select up the row. Okay, so here you guys can see each and everything over here is getting selected. But now let's say I just want to select this particular row or all the contents inside that. So I will come here and now let's click on select row. So only the top row is basically getting selected. Okay, so if you do have content, if you do want to change those things up, you guys can basically do that. Okay, so here also you guys can see that you do have your auto fit option over here. Okay, and if you do want to erase anything, you guys can come here and let's say I do want this column. So I can come here and I can just move out this column. Let's just click over here once. Let's click over here once again. And if you do want to select the part, you guys can come here and select this part and erase those things accordingly. Okay. So this is the use of eraser. And now if you do want to see up the properties, you guys can see the properties of the table. So if you do want to see all of it right over here, you guys can see it is specified in rows, columns, cells, and also in alt text. So I'll just close this thing down. And there are different ways of how you want to basically work. So let's come here. Let's go on to this top column. And from here now, let's type again. Okay. So let's type name. Let's move on to the next cell. Let's type roll number. Let's move on to my next cell and I will write here class. Let's move here. Let's type group and I'll move on to my last cell into my particular column or into a particular row and let's type the nationality. Okay, so let's type the nationality over here. And once I'm done, what I can do is I will just select all of these things out. Let's go to my home page. Let's make it bold over here. And from here, let's go on to this layout option, or let's say, let's go on to this table design. And if I do want to centralize all of these things, I can just right click. And once I have right click here, you guys can see that I will have different options. Like I do have the border styles. If I want to insert any kind of cells, I can come here and I can basically insert different kind of cells. Okay. So if I do want to merge all these cells together, I can come here and merge all of these cells together. Okay, so if you do want to centralize it, let's select all of it together. Let's go to the home option and let's come here. Let's centralize it right over here. Okay. And let's say now what I want to do is I basically want to merge both of these cells over here. Okay, so if I do want to merge those things, okay, I can come here and basically I will be able to merge these things over here. So let's come here. Let's select both of these cells. So I will come here, select both of these cells. Let's right click. And here you guys can see I do have the option of merging cells. Okay, so over here you guys can see both of these cells are now being merged and now I can basically type only one thing throughout. Okay, so here you guys can see it is basically taking out the whole place. Let's click on backspace to delete this thing up from here. And once you're done about merging, now what I want to do is I want to take out this particular cell and I want to split this basic cell. So if I come right over here, here you do have this option of splitting cells. I will come here and I will split cells. And they're asking me that how do I want to basically split it or in how many parts, like how many number of columns or how many number of rows I want. Let's say I want 3 columns with this particular cell. And if I click on OK, you guys can see that I do have these 3 columns. So sometimes you guys will see when you are trying to write down your name, you will have the columns quite like this. Okay. So this is about splitting and also merging cells. let's come here. Let's basically select all these three. And if you want to merge, let's right click. And over here, you guys can merge your cells around. But now the same way, if you come here and if you do want to delete cells, okay, you guys can come here and if you just click on delete cells, and if you click here, you guys can see they will show you these options. Okay. Like, do you want to shift cells onto the left hand side by deleting that? Or do you want to move out the shells on top? Okay. Otherwise, if you do want to delete this entire row over here, which I have selected, or do I want to delete this entire roll number row? Okay. So let's come here and let's select the first option known as the shift cells onto the left hand side. So once I click on OK, you guys can see the cells have been deleted right over here. Okay. So now I won't be able to write anything inside this cell. But if I come here and now again, if I right click, let's click on delete cells. If you want to delete the entire row, select this delete entire row option. And if you just click on OK, all the row which was there has been deleted. Control Z to undo. Let's right click again. And over here, let's click on delete cells again. If you want to shift cells onto the top after deleting, if you click here once, you guys can see your cells have been moved on top. Okay. So again, Control Z to go back. Okay. Control Z again. Now let's select this part again, right click, delete cells. And if you want to delete the entire column, which I have, this roll number column, I will come here. I will click on delete entire column and the roll number column is basically gone from my table. So this is that easy of how you will be able to work over here by splitting cells. If you do want to split any table, okay, you guys can come here and split this whole table as well. Okay, so let's click on split table and this is how it will basically be split. So let's come here back again. And if you do want to split this table again, you guys can come here and basically split your table all back again. So now let's go to the layout again. I have already told you about splitting cells and also about the split table. And here you guys can see that you do have this option also for the alignment. Okay, so as you guys can see that if I come right over here, okay, let me just increase the size. You guys can basically see that this particular word, which I already do have here, it is basically now aligned on top center. Okay, so if you do want to change all of its alignment over here, basically make sure to first select all of this. And over here, you do have this spatial alignment option inside the table. Okay, so for that, let's come here and let's check this out. So over here now, this one is aligned onto the top center. And if I don't align it onto the top left, you guys can see I can align it top left, align it to the top right. If I do want to align in the center left, I can do that. If I do want to align it to the center, exact center, I can do that. And in all these 9 directions, I can basically align it. And it totally depends up to me. Where do I want to align it? If I do want to highlight it as well, I can basically highlight it. But from here, basically, you won't be able to change up the font size. Okay. So to change the font size, all by default, you have to go into your home page. And from here, you guys can actually change it. Let's say I will go with 18 over here. And yeah, this one looks better. Okay. So now let's say I was working and suddenly what happened is now I want more rows or now I want more columns. So there are basically different ways of adding more rows and columns. So if you do want to add or insert more columns, if you just take your mouse and make sure to just come here, let's say I will just place it right over here. I will just keep my cursor anywhere in my table. And if I don't want to add any rows, firstly, I need to come onto the sides over here down, and here you guys can see a plus sign, and if I click on that plus sign, one more row will get basically added. Okay, so again, if I will just click on Control Z to go back, so this is the way of inserting a whole row over here just underneath the last row. And if you do want to create another column just beside, you guys can come here, and here you guys can see there is a plus sign And if you do want to create up a new column, you guys can click over here once and another new column is being created. So you guys can basically add multiple columns, and over here also you guys can basically add multiple rows. Okay, so this is one way of how you'll be able to work on with rows and columns of inserting. But the other way is make sure your cursor is anywhere inside your table, and after that make sure to right click. And once you right click here, you guys can see that you do have the option of insert. Okay, so under insert, you guys can see that you do have a lot of option. Okay, so the first thing is insert columns to the left. So the cell which I have created right now, let's say you guys will understand in a better way if I keep my cursor maybe somewhere here in the center. Okay, so let's say I will just keep it in this particular row. And now if I just right click, let's go to insert. And basically the first option is inserting columns to the left. Okay, so if you do want to insert any column onto the left hand side of the cell which I have selected, then I will select this option. If I want to insert columns onto the right hand side, I can click on insert columns to the right. And if I want to add any kind of rows just above the cells which I have selected, it will basically insert a row just above the cell which I have selected. And if you want a new row just below the row, the cell which I have selected, then I can use this. And instead of adding or inserting rows or columns, if you just only want to insert a cell, in that case, you guys can click on insert cell option. So you guys will understand it in a better way if I just show you guys in detail. So let's say I want to insert a column to the right hand side of my content or the cell which I have selected. Let's click on add over here, and here you guys can see that it basically did add up a new column onto the right hand side of the cell which I have selected. So this is how you guys can basically work. And also over here, let's right click, let's click on to insert. And if I only want to insert a cell, I will click on insert cells, and they're asking me where do I want to insert. Okay, so do I want to insert cell to the right? Do I want to insert cell just underneath? Or do I want to insert an entire row or an entire column? So let's say I want to insert cells onto the right hand side of this particular cell. So let's click on shift cells to the right. And once I click on enter here, you guys can see in this particular row, they basically did add up a column over here or a basic cell just beside this one, which I do have selected. So here, this is the new cell. And individually, you guys can insert multiple cells. So this is the simplest way of understanding how you will be able to split your table, how you will be able to insert cells, how you will be able to merge and split. Okay, so again, if I come here onto the insert option, let's go to table. If you want to convert any kind of text to table, let's say you do have any kind of text which you do want to put it in a table, you guys can click on convert text to table. You guys can select the number of columns. Here you guys can select separate text on basis of what. Okay, so if you want to verify this one, basically you guys can show that do you want to segregate according to the table, do you want to segregate according to the commas, or do you have the tabs? Otherwise, you guys can click on other, and you guys can specifically tell or give command to this particular place. So for now, I'll just click on OK right now. Okay, so I will come here. Let's select this particular place right over here. Okay, let's select this particular cell. And from here, now let's go to insert. Let's go to table. And if you want to have any Excel spreadsheet, you guys can come here and you guys can insert a Excel worksheet in your Word document as well. Okay, if you do want to import that directly. So that is another option which will basically redirect you into your Excel. Okay, if you don't have any idea about what Excel is, then basically you guys should get up an idea of what it is. Okay, so this is also another website by by Microsoft. So I'll just click on Control Z to go back again. So again, back again, right over here. Okay. So now what I'm going to do is again, let's come over here. And I have told you guys about drawing a table and how you will be able to insert up a table, which will give you this option. Let's go to this table design. We have learned about this table styles. We do have learned about shading, different kind of border styles which are available, and also this border styles over here, the border width, and also the border painter, as well as the pen color, like the color whichever I want to choose. Okay. And under layout, you guys can basically also insert any kind of cell over here. If you do want to insert a row on top, if you do want to insert a row on the below of the cell which you have selected, if you want to add up a column onto the left hand side, you guys can do that. If you do want to insert or add up a column onto the right hand side, you guys can come here and you guys can basically do that. Okay. So this is about all. So if you do want to increase the height, you guys can come here and manually you guys can increase the height of your column or row. And if you do want to, if the same time, if you do want to increase it, okay, you guys can come here and you guys can basically increase the width as well. Okay. So now let's go back using Control Z. Okay. And this is how it actually works. So let's come here, let's select inside the cell. And if you do want to have margins just beside or outside these particular cells as well, you guys can use the cell margins option, and it will basically give you this option of how many inches do you want it from top, how much you want inches from the left to the bottom or to the right. You guys can allow spacing between the cells as well. Okay. So yeah, I hope you guys to have understood each and everything about tables in both of this class. So in the first chapter, I do have told you guys about the basic of tables, but over here, we did have learned about inserting any cell, inserting a row, inserting a column, how you will be able to draw a table manually the same way you want, about alignment. If you want to put out any cell directions, we do have learned about that, different kind of table designs, and also about splitting, merging as well. So I hope to see you all in the next chapter where we'll be learning more about MS Word. So see you all in the next chapter. Till then, take care and goodbye, everyone. Hello, everyone, and welcome you all to another chapter of the MS Word Essential tutorial. So now we are on our chapter number 9, where we'll be showing by using images in MS Word. Okay, so I'll be showing you guys what are the different ways of importing images into your Word document, how you will be able to work with images over here. So let's not waste time and let's get started. So over here on my screen, as you guys can see now, I do have a blank document and now I'm here in the workspace. And now let's try to understand about inserting images. Okay, so let's say you are making any kind of document where you do want to put out images. Okay, let's say you are making your CV where you do want to put up your image, or you are making any kind of greeting letter where you do want to put on some images as well. Okay, so I'll be showing you guys the basics of using images into your document. So to insert any kind of images, again, you need to go into a menu bar. So this is basically the menu bar consisting of all of these options. And from here, let's click on to the insert option. Okay. So once you have clicked on insert, you guys can see that you do have the pictures option just beside the table. Okay. So here I will just click onto this arrow. And once you click on this arrow here, you guys can see you do have these three options. Okay. So insert picture from this device. Like if you do have any image onto your device which you do want to import over here, you guys can basically do that. And if you do want to check out all the stock images which MS Word basically provides us, we can basically check out their image library. If you do like any, we can get it from here. We can also search from their stock images. Okay. And according to our keywords, it will show us the relevant searches. Okay. And also, if you come over here, you guys can also search pictures from online. Okay. So we'll be looking at all of these three options, but let me show you guys about one website. Let's come and let's go to my Chrome from here. Let's go to Chrome. Let's come here and I'll be showing you guys about one website known as pexels.com. Okay, so I will come here and from here, basically, you guys will be able to download so many free stock photos and also different kind of videos. Okay, so let's come here and let's check out the images. And if you do want to search any keyword, let's say nature. Okay, so I will just click on nature, and if I click on enter, you guys can see that I do have all of these images. So from here, if I do want to download any, I will just come here, click on that image, and after that, let's come here, let's click on this arrow, and I can basically select what kind of size of the image do I want to download. Do I want it by 1920 into 2021, or do I want to customize the size? Let's say, let's come over here and let's say 1920. Okay, 1920 into 21, 1920 into 1221. So I will just download this selected size over here and it will basically get downloaded. Okay, so here you already do have all of these sizes, and if you do want to customize the size, you guys can also customize it. So as I do have downloaded these images over here, let's go back to my downloads. Let's close down my browser over here and back again at MS Word. And from here, now let's go to the pictures. And now I will show you guys about the first option, which is this device. So let's go to this device option, and it will redirect me into my PC. So from here, let's go to my downloads, and under downloads, you guys can see that I do have this particular image. So I will just click on insert, and basically it will just insert me my image. And once I do have inserted this image, you guys can see onto my menu bar, I do have another option, okay, which is basically known as the picture format. So if I do want to move around my picture, I can come here and I can just hover my mouse, and let's say I can just move it around accordingly. Okay, so here you guys can see I do have this particular cursor. If you do want to increase or decrease the size, you guys can come here and increase or decrease the size accordingly. Okay, so let's come here, and if you do want to decrease the size, let's click on shift to decrease it proportionally, and let's keep this particular image over here onto one side. Okay, so I will come here, I will just keep this image over here onto one side. And now let's see this other option. Let's go to insert, let's go to pictures, and let's try to find out some images from the stock images option available. So let's click on stock images. And once you click on stock images, you need to make sure that you're connected with your internet connection. So over here, you guys can see under stock images, you guys can see I do have different kind of icons over here, different kind of images. And if you don't want cutout peoples, you guys can see that here you do have cutout peoples over here. And also you guys can see these do have a diamond sign, which basically means that you do need to buy all these things out to use. Okay, so if you do want to use any from here, you guys can select, and let's click on insert, and basically it will get inserted. Okay, here you guys can see I do have inserted this particular image right over here, and you guys can basically work. So let's say I want to just move this thing around, or I will just zoom out. So I can just click on Control minus, otherwise I will just zoom out from here. Okay, So let's come here. Let's just zoom out. And now I am able to see this whole page. Okay, so I will come here. I want to see up the whole page. And this is how you guys can actually work. So now I can just select it and again deselect this one. And let's say let's go to insert again. And now I want online pictures. So if I click onto this online pictures option, you guys will see that I am basically redirected into my online picture option, and it is basically taking me into my Bing. So there are already different options from which I can choose on. There are different kind of niches and I can choose from here. But if I do want to search anything in particular, you guys can see I can search for anything in particular. Let's say I do want to search about football. Okay, so let's search for football. And if I just click on enter, you guys will be able to see the images regarding football. Okay, so let's come here. Let's take this image of Messi. So I will come here. I will just click onto that image and let's click on insert, and it will basically insert me an image of Messi. So let's come here, and if you do want to move it apart, you guys can come here and you guys will be able to move this, or let's say if you do want to decrease the size, you guys can come here and decrease the size as well. Okay, so you guys can come here. Let's decrease the size like this, and yeah, this one looks better. So now if I do want to select this image and now I want to add another image. So for that, let's go and let's click on insert. Let's click on pictures. Let's take this device. Let's take this image. Let's click on insert. And I do have inserted another image over here onto another page. Okay, so another page is created by default. So if I select this image, now let's go to the picture format option. And now let me show you guys the difference. So now let's click on Control plus, or let's just zoom in over here. Let's zoom in and let's just move this around a little bit. Let's come here. Let's move it up. And let's take a look over here onto this particular image. Okay, so over here now, once I do have selected this image, if you want to basically do some basic color corrections, you guys can do some basic color correction over here onto this particular image. Okay, so you guys can come here, and if you do have an image, let's say I will just select this image, and if you do want to remove the background, you guys can come here and remove the background over here. Or also with this image, if I do want to remove the background, it will try to remove me the background over here. Okay, so sometimes what it does is it is not exactly the way you want. So if you do have more specified subject into image, you guys can come here and you guys can basically work. So if you do want to mark areas which you do want to keep, let's come here, let's select this particular part, and I want to keep this particular area, and let's come here and let's select this part, and I can just keep those areas around. Okay, so let's come here and you guys can select it all along. And if let's click on discard all changes. So this is not quite necessary, but if you do have more specified image where the subject is looking better, you guys can use the remove background option. Okay, so you do have this option. Maybe it might not be exactly the background sometimes if your subject is not totally understandable. Okay, so you guys might not get the desired outcome. So before that, let's come here, select this picture. Let's see the corrections. Okay, so if you do want to soften your image, you guys can come here and you guys can basically soften your image. You guys can select what is going to be the brightness of your image. And if you do want to check out the picture corrections, here you guys can see you do have the sharpness. If you do want to increase the sharpness, you guys can do that. And if you do want to increase the brightness manually or the contrast, you guys can come here and do that. And over here, you guys can also check out the saturation. If you do want to increase the temperature, you guys can also do that. So I'll just close this thing down right over here. And let me take out this image. Let's go to picture format. And I hope you guys do have understood about the corrections. And the same way, if you do want to change the color saturation, if you want to change out this color tone, and also if you do want to recolor, you guys can do that. And there are also different color options. Let's say I will just go to color options, and here under this picture format option, okay, let's come here. Let's just zoom out a little bit. Okay, so over here now, if you do want to increase the sharpness, you guys can see that it will basically increase the sharpness of the image. And also under color, you guys can see that you do have different presets. Let's go to picture color, and if you do want to recolor this one, you guys can just click onto this arrow and recolor according to your liking. Okay, so all this picture format option also is basically available over here into this properties panel, and this properties panel can be viewed quite easily. So here you do have layout and properties, different kind of effects if you do want to put, and if you do want to put any fill and line, that option is also available under the format picture option. Okay, so this was about the color option. And if you do want to put out any effects, there are a lot of effects which you can try out. And here you do have this transparency option. Like if you do want to decrease the transparency of your image, you guys can come here, decrease the transparency accordingly. Okay, let's say I want to have a transparency of 15%. Let's say, let's come here, and the image quality or the transparency have basically decreased by 15%. Okay, so this was about transparency. And if you want to change the picture, let's say if you want to replace the selected picture while maintaining the size and the position of the picture, you guys can also do that if you do have a new image. So just click on this arrow if you do want it from your stock images, or do you want to replace it with the icon. You guys can basically select any image and replace that same image with this same position where you do have this picture. And the same way, if you do want to compress the picture, okay, if you do want to reduce its size when it is in your Word document, you guys can come here, click onto the compress picture option, which will basically reduce its size but not the quality. Okay, so you guys can compress picture. And if you do want to reset picture, you guys can come here and you guys can basically discard all the formatting changes which you do have make. Okay, so as you guys can see, I do have basically decreased the transparency by 15%. If I do want to reset this, I can click on reset, and here you guys can see the transparency is basically back again. Okay, so the transparency is back again to normal. And over here, you guys can see you do have a lot of picture styles. Okay, so if you do want to see all of it, let's click over here, and you guys can see that you can do add different borders. If you do want to add some circle borders, you guys can do that. And you guys can basically see that if you want to use any kind of frames, and which also includes shadows, you guys can use all of these styles. Okay, so individually, you don't have to make those styles. So let's come here, let's select this. Otherwise, let's take out this border, or let's take out this border over here. And this is how you guys can work. Okay. And if you don't want to apply any at last, you guys can come here and you guys can just apply none. Or let's say you guys can go on top and you guys can just apply the way it is. Okay. And also, if you do want to do it manually, let's come here. Let's go to picture border. And also, let's click on no outline, and no outline will basically be applied. So here you guys can select what kind of border line you want. Let's say I want to have a border of this particular color. Okay, let's come here and let's select up a green. So I'll just select up a green border. And after that, you guys can select that what is going to be the more outline colors and what is going to be the weight. Okay, so here you guys can see that you guys can select the weight from here. And if you click on more lines individually, you guys will be able to select the width. Okay, so let's say I want to increase the width of the border. Let's say I will just give this one as 12. And also I can select what is how much it is going to be transparent. Okay, let's say I want it to be transparent by 50%. And now I can also select what is going to be the sketch style. Okay, so for that, again, you guys can click on this picture border option. And from here, you guys can basically select the sketch option. Okay, so how or what kind of line are you looking for over here? Okay, so are you looking for this kind of line, or you're looking for this dashed line or this scribble line? Or here you guys can select the kind of dash you're looking for. Okay, so if you do want this kind of dash, you guys can select it. And once you have select this one, you guys can basically come here and select the compound type as well. Okay, so this was about the solid line over here. And after that, let's select this image. If you want to put out different kind of effects, let's say if you do want to put out any shadow, there are different shadows like the outer shadow. Here you do have this inner shadow. If you want a perspective shadow, you guys can come here and select out this perspective shadow into your image as well. Okay, so let's come here and you guys can basically move this thing around as well. So Control Z to go back again. And from here under picture effects, you guys can also put out different kind of reflection of the image. You guys can see how much the reflection basically works. So let me give out this reflection. Let's go to the picture format. And from here now you guys can actually put out different kind of glows over here. Okay, and you guys can have different kind of soft edges outside the images. You guys can basically have this bevel option available over here if you do have any kind of shape. And also if you do want to give any kind of 3D rotation, or you do want to change the perspective of this image, you guys can come here and basically change the perspective of your image as well. So if you do want to select this, let's just click on outside, and this is how you guys can actually select the perspective of your image as well. So this was about picture effects. And also let's come here, let's take this picture, let's go to picture layout. If you have multiple pictures, you guys can come here and you guys can select this thing as well. Okay, so if you do want to uh, put any text just inside the image, you do have this bending picture semi-transparent text. You do have all of these options right over here, which will basically caption your list. If you do want it as round, and there also you want to put out your text, there are different kind of presets which you can use. Okay, so you guys can choose what is the best for you and select accordingly. And once you're done with the picture effects, you guys can basically go onto this picture layout. Oh, I have already told you guys about the layout. And also here you guys can see this is the alt text. If you do want to create text expression or objects for screen readers, you guys can come here and you guys can basically use this alt text option. Okay, so how do you want to basically describe this object and its context to someone who is blind or low vision? So if you do want to give some recommendation, if you do want to generate alt text, you guys can also do that. So I'll just close this thing down, and also you guys can basically select the position. Okay, so if you do want to select the position right over here, like where do you want to position your image, you guys can come here and check those things out. So you guys can come here and position this image accordingly wherever you like. Let's come here and let's say I will just keep it in another page. And this was about position. And now this is about wrap text. Okay, so under wrap text also here you do have different options. So for that, now I will just take another file. Let's go to file, let's click on open, and from here I will just go to browse, and let's come here, let's get it one as large icons. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to take out a sample. Okay, so let's take this sample file, let's open it up right over here. And now let's come here and let's zoom it in. And what I want to do is I want to insert an image right over here and show you guys about the uh, text wrap option specifically. Let's go to insert. Let's go to pictures, and I will just take pictures right from here. Let's take this image. Let's view it in large icons, and I will just click on to insert, and I do have inserted image right over here. So if you do want to come here, let's select this one. Let's select the image which I have. And after that, let's go to picture format. If you do want to apply, or if you do want to move it down, you guys can come here and basically move this down as well. Okay, and if you do want to delete it, you guys can come here and you guys can delete this one as well. So for now, I will just go to pictures. Let's come here. Let's select this and let's click on insert. And if you do want to text wrap, let's come here and let's say I want to basically square this one. Okay, and here you guys can see now you guys are basically able to text wrap around. Here you guys can see it will basically show you guys in square. Let's come here. Let's just decrease the size from the sides as well. Okay, so I will come here, decrease the size from all the sides, and I want to just keep this one in between. So what it basically does is it is not coming on top of any sentence or any paragraph. So all the text is just outside as a square. Okay, so this is this text wrap option, and over here if you want to compact it tightly, you guys can come here, select this tight option over here, and if you do want this throughout option, you guys can basically use this throughout option. If you do want it in top and bottom, you guys can do that. And here this is the tight option, this is the throughout, this is the top and bottom. And if you do want to have your text, or if you do want to have your image behind this text, you guys can select the behind text option. And if you want to have your image just on top of the text, you guys can come here and click on in front of text. Okay, so it will just overlap right over here. And if you do want to edit these wrap points, let's click on edit wrap points. And over here, let's move on to the sides. Okay, and over here basically you guys would be able to see that text will come. Okay, so you guys can basically select a place, select these points over here, and in those particular points you won't have any text around. So it basically creates up a manual space which you have created by all yourself. So this was about edit wrap points. And afterwards, if you do want to move on with text, if you do want to fix position on page, and also if you do want to see more layout options, you guys can come here and check out more layout option. Let's come here. Let's go on with this particular square one. And also if you do want to align it, you guys can come here and align this one accordingly. So if you do want to align it to the left, if you do want to align it to the center, or if you do want to align it to the right, you do have all of these options. Okay, so you guys can basically align it. And if you do want to align it to the page, you guys can come here and align it to the page accordingly. And also over here, you will be basically able to align it basically with the page. Okay, so here you guys can basically align it with the page. If you do want to align it or distribute it, let's say if you do have multiple images, you guys can distribute things as well. Okay, so I hope you guys do have understood till this much. And also if you do want to give this thing up any kind of rotation, here you do have this rotation option, the flipping option right over here. And also if you do want to explore more rotation option, it is right over here. So now let's come back over here into my this image file. Okay, and over here now, let's say I will just select this particular image, and now let's go to the picture format. And from here, what I'm going to do is I am going to try to give this a rotation the way I was giving. Okay, so also here you guys will be able to change up the rotation. If you want to flip vertically or flip horizontally, you guys can also do that. And if you do want to resize this image, you guys can come here, resize it from here. And if you do want to change this option, you guys can come here and change this option over here as well. Okay. And the easiest way to resize it from your screen itself. Okay. Make sure to resize it from your screen. If you do want to give this one up a rotation, you guys can come here and give it up a rotation. And let's select this image. If you want to change up the rotation, let's come here and let's give this one up a rotation. And let's keep it quite like this. And now what I want to do is I do want to crop my images. So let's come here. Let's select this image. Let's try to give this one up a rotation. And if you do want to give this one up a rotation, or if you want to crop this image, let's select this. And over here, you guys can click onto the crop option. And under crop option, you guys can see once I have selected that, you guys will be able to see that I do have all these options on to my sides. So I can just crop it from the sides as well as from top and bottom. So I will come here. Let's say I want to crop this one from bottom. Let's keep it quite like this. And now let's click on enter. And here you guys can see this image is basically being cropped. Okay. So you guys can come here, and I hope you guys did have understood this class on how you will be able to work over here. So we do have understood about how you'll be able to remove any kind of background, this color corrections. If you want to change any picture over here, this picture styles. Also, if you do want to add any kind of border, and also here into this transparent background border, you guys can actually use up a border. So here you guys can see, you guys can use up a border of your own liking as well. Okay, so if you do want to select outside, let's select this image again. You guys can basically add alt text as well. Okay, and also on top you do have this aligning objects option, and if you do want to give up a rotation of your liking, you guys can give a rotation of your liking as well. So lastly, I am going to come right over here and I'm going to save out this document. So let's click on to save over here, and now I do have other document here. I do have the sample file. If I do want to come right over here, and if I do want to put on some shadow effects, let's say I do want to put out some shadow effects. Let's say let's take this particular drop shadow, and out of this drop shadow, I do want to increase the size, or I do want to move out my drop shadow on top and also onto the sides. So I can come here and I can basically do that. Okay. So once I'm done, if you do want to check out the colors, you guys can basically recolor it again. Okay. And now let's save this particular file. So I don't want to save this basically right over here directly. Let's go to the file option. And from here, I want to save as. Okay. I want to make it out a different document. So for that, let's go to desktop. Let's go to my resource file. And from here, I will name this one as image2. Okay, so let's come here and let's name this one as image2 and let's save it. Okay, so I do have saved this particular file as image2, and I do have this image right over here. I have showed you guys about the text wrap option, and I do have make you guys understood about the width and the dashes, and if you do want to position it, okay, about the text wrapping option. And over here you guys can see the text wrapping option all itself, and also about the positioning, and also about different kind of layout options. So yeah, I hope to see you all in the next chapter, where we'll be learning more about MS Word. Okay, we'll be learning how you can basically create up a watermark using an image. Okay, so see you all in the next chapter. Till then, take care and goodbye everyone. Hello, everyone, and welcome you all to another chapter of the MS Word Essential tutorial. So now we are on our chapter number 10, where I'll be making a watermark. Okay, so we'll be learning how you can basically make up a watermark for your Word document. So let's not waste time and let's get started. So over here on my screen, as you guys can see, that I do have a file over here. Okay, so I do have opened up a document. Okay, and I do have named this one as the watermark. Okay, so how you will be able to add up a watermark into your page. Okay, so basically first we need to have to understand that what are basically watermarks. Okay, sometimes in many type of special documents, you guys will see that underneath their page, they basically do have a faded kind of logo. Let's say if you're working in a company, they might have a faded kind of logo just behind that particular document. Okay, so it won't be quite visible, but it will be quite transparent and it will be just placed behind your text. Okay, so to simplify or to tell you guys in detail that this is just a confidential sign. Okay, so to add this thing over here into your document, what I need to do is come here into the menu bar, and from menu bar, you need to go here and check all of these options out. Okay, so let's go to this insert option. Okay, otherwise, if you want to come here and if you want to check these things out, you guys can check out your add-ins, you guys can check out your mailings, you guys can check out references, and also the layout. If you do want to check out the design, you guys can come here onto the design option, and from here, and basically you guys can see just beside this page color option, you do have this watermark option. Okay, so once you click onto this watermark option, you guys can see you do have different presets already. Okay, so if you just click on this one, this is how faded it will basically look, this particular watermark. So these are basically presets. Okay, so if I just zoom in, okay, let's come here, let's zoom in. Okay, let's come and let's take out the slider and zoom in, and here you guys can see it is written confidential. Okay, so again, if I just place it right over here, I want to change this one, I can come here and I can change this one, and the text is basically now changed to do not copy. Okay, so this is how you guys can actually add any kind of watermark. Okay, and let's say from here, what you want to do is you want to customize or if you want to remove the watermark. Okay, so if you already do have a watermark, if you don't want to remove it, you guys click on remove watermark. Okay, and if you do want to create any kind of watermark all by yourself, you guys can also do that. Okay, so first let me show you guys the most manual way. Okay, so you guys can go to insert, and in last class we did have learned about pictures. Let's go to this device. Okay, and from here let's go to desktop, let's go to the file where you have saved up your image. Let's go to download, let's take this image, let's click on insert. Okay, so I will come here and let's just zoom out, and here you guys can see I do have this image quite big. Okay, so if you do want to make this one as the watermark, okay, you guys can come here and you guys can make this one as the watermark as well. So all you need to do is come here, go to this transparency option, and from here make sure you decrease the transparency, okay, by 80%. So once you have decreased the transparency by 80%, make sure you unlink this one with others. Okay, and on the text wrap option, make sure that you go with the tight option. Okay, so now you guys can basically move it around, and now once you have placed this one, you guys can send it backward. Okay, so make sure to send it backward. And also now under text wrap option, you guys can actually have text in front. Okay, so you guys can have text in front. Let's just move it up, and you guys can just place it just behind. If you do want to increase the size, you guys can come here and you guys can increase the size quite like this. Okay, so let's select this one, let's come here, let's decrease the transparency more. If you do want to do it, let's say I want to increase it by 85%. And now once you're done, if you do want to see up a preview, let's click on file, and from here let's click on print, and from here you guys can see I do have already a watermark which is just behind my text. Okay, I can basically see the logo. So this is one shortcut way of how you will be able to create up a watermark using your company's logo. But this is the logo which I did have download it from freepeak.com. Okay, so freepeak is a stunning website using which you guys can download different videos, different psd files, different kind of illustration videos, photos, and a lot more. Okay, you guys can go and explore that particular software as well. So this was one way of how you will be able to create up a watermark. Okay, let's just zoom in back. Okay, let's come here, let's select this one and let's delete this. Okay, so now let's see how you will be able to create a watermark from the watermark option itself. Okay, so let's go to design. From here, let's go to watermark. And from here, if you want to actually have more watermarks from office.com, you guys can come here and you need to make sure that you are connected with your internet. Okay, so if you want to explore from office.com, you guys can come here, explore from here. Otherwise, let's go to custom option, and from here what you guys can basically do is you guys can come here and you guys can select that do you want a picture watermark. Let's see, if I click on picture watermark over here, I need to basically select. Okay, so I will come here, let's close this down, let's come here and try to select a picture, and this is showing me that I do have a problem. Okay, so I will show you guys about these options as well, but first let me come here, let me just scale it to 100%. Okay, and let me show you guys about the text watermark first. Okay, so if I come here onto this text watermark option, first thing they will let me select is the option. Okay, like what language do I want? So I do have a lot of language. Let me select language as English of United States, and also now I can select that what is going to be the text that I want to use it in my watermark. Okay, so let's say I will write my company name. Okay, so let's say abc.com. Okay, so I will just write that abc.com. Okay, so I want to use this particular text basically as my background. Okay, or as my watermark. So once I'm done with this one, they will also ask me that what font do I want to use. Okay, so there are several fonts from which I can basically use. Okay, so if you do have any font which you basically know, let's go with the Tahoma. And also you guys can select what is going to be the font size. Okay, so for font size, let's say I will just go with 48 over here. And also I can basically choose out the color. Let's say I want to take out this particular color as my watermark. So I can take out that particular color, and make sure that when you're making watermark, you need to make sure that you are selecting this semi-transparent option. Okay, and also over here you guys can see already it's being written as abc.com, and you guys can select if you do want it horizontally or you do want it diagonally. Let's say I want it horizontally right over here, so I can apply it, and just over here underneath you guys can see that I do have customized my watermark. So again, if you do want to customize it more, let's say I want to increase the font size, I will come here, I will just increase the font size to 80. Let's increase and decrease, and maybe it will take some time for you guys to show. Okay, so I will just keep it at horizontal, and if I just click on apply, you guys can see this is how you guys can actually make out a watermark. Okay, and once you're done, you guys can just close this thing down, and I do have my watermark just behind. So if you're trying to select your watermark from here, you guys won't be able to select it. Okay, so here using my cursor, I'm not able to select my watermark. And you guys can basically have one watermark in one particular page or in one document. But the first way, which I showed using the insert option, if you use the insert option to work on with the watermark, then you can add multiple of it. Okay, so let's come here, let's go to custom watermark. And instead of text, let's come here and you guys can click on select picture. And now let's insert pictures from my system. Okay, so I don't want to search it in Bing. Okay, or I don't have any image in my OneDrive. So for that, I will go here, and from here I can select this. And now if I just click on insert, you guys can see that they will ask me that how I want to scale it. Do I want to scale it by auto? And as this one is a watermark, I need to make sure that my wash out option is always on. Okay, so once you're done, okay, you guys can just click on to this apply option, and you guys can see the apply option looks quite great. Okay, so let me just remove this washout option, and let's click on apply right now. Here you guys can see now this is kind of more deep. Okay, so once you are done, let's click on OK. Then if this seems too deep to you, you guys can come here, select this whole thing around. Let's go to the home page, and from here I can actually make all this thing bold. Okay, so now I did have make all of these things bold, and this watermark also looks quite better. Okay, so this is how you guys can actually use these watermarks as well. So I have showed you guys two different ways of creating watermark. First one is going to the insert option, and from here selecting the pictures and decreasing the transparency, which is the shortcut actually. And the other way of creating a watermark is going to this design option. From design option, going to watermark, select from these presets. Otherwise, you can come down and there are a lot of presets. Okay, so here, this is the confidential one. This is the disclaimers one. This one is urgent, like ASAP. And here, if you do want to customize watermark, if you do want to remove it, or you want to check different kind of watermark from office.com. Okay, so I hope to see you all in the next chapter where we'll be learning more about MS Word. So see you all in the next chapter. Till then, take care and goodbye, everyone. Hello, everyone, and welcome you all to another chapter of the MS Word Essential tutorial. So now we are on our chapter number 11, where I'll be showing you guys that how you will be able to insert and edit shapes into your MS Word document. So we'll be learning about all of these things over here into this particular chapter. So let's not waste time and let's get started. So over here, as you guys can see, now I'm here in a new document. Okay, so firstly, I will just save out this document. Let's click over here under file name. Let's name this one as shapes. Okay, and in location, let's select up a location. Let's go to my resource file. And from here, I will just click on saved, and the shapes document is being saved in my resource file. Okay, so if you do want to work on with shapes, okay, let's say you do want to put different kind of shape inside your page. Okay, so the first thing what you are going to do in that particular case is you are going to go into your menu bar, which is there on top. And from here, now let's go to this insert option. Okay, so I will come here into the insert option, and just beside my pictures page, I do have the shape page. Okay, so I will come here, I will just click on to this shape page, and over here you guys can see that I do have multiple shapes. Okay, so here you guys can see if you do want any stars and banners, if you do are looking for any flow chart, if you are looking for any equation shapes, and also if you do want to new drawing canvas, you guys can come here and you guys can basically have a new drawing canvas. So Control Z to go back again. Okay, and I will just come back over here into this insert option. Let's go to shape, and from here, let's say I want to create up a line. Okay, so I can come here, go to this line, and here you guys can see that using this shape tool, if I just drag and drop my mouse, I can basically create this particular shape. Okay, so here you guys can come here. Let's say, let's click outside. Let's go to insert again. Let's go to shape. Let's take this shape. And from here, diagonally also you guys can create lines. Okay, so diagonally also you guys will be able to create some lines. But if you do want to create a straight line in any angle, let's say in 90 degrees or in 180 degrees here on straight or in a 90-degree angle. So again, I will go to insert. From here, let's go to shape. Let's take this one. And now before starting to drag this one, I will just click on shift. Okay, so once I click on shift here, you guys can see it is basically going in 45 degrees. It will go in 90 degrees. It will go in 45, 90, and over here, you guys can see it is going by 180-degree as well. Okay, so this is how you guys can actually create some straight lines. And once you're done, let's come here onto my file. Let's select this one and individually let's try to delete all of this. Okay, so I will come here and let's try to delete this thing. And again, what I'm going to do is I'm going to come here into the insert option. Let's go to shape. And from here, now I'm going to draw up a rounded rectangle. And this rounded rectangle also, if I do want to create it proportionally, so I'll click on shift and proportionally, this rounded rectangle will basically get created. Okay. So now I do have created this rounded rectangle. And also once I do have created this particular shape, you guys can also see that I do have a shape format page into my menu bar as well. Okay, so if I do want to give this one up a rotation manually, I can come here and give any kind of rotation manually. And now let's try to explore the options available over here into this page. Okay, so from here, basically, if you want to draw any other shapes, you guys can come here and you guys can basically draw up a shape according to your liking. Let's select this particular shape. And once you're done, you guys can come here and you guys can select the fill color. Okay, so first one, let's come here into the shape fill. Basically, what color of the shape you are basically looking for. Okay, so for that, let's come here. Let's go to shape fill and you guys can basically choose from the colors available over here. Otherwise, if you do want to actually put out any picture into the shape, or if you want to fill this shape with a picture, you guys can come here. Let's click on picture and you guys can basically browse it from your file. Let's go to desktop. Let's go to my resource file. Let's take this one. And if you just click on insert here, if you want to move it, you guys can see that this shape basically consists of an image. Okay, so the same way, let's go to shape fill. And instead of colors, what I'm going to do is I am going to go with more fill colors. And also let's customize. And from here, now let's click on OK. And here I do have a different color. So if I come here, let's say I want to take this color, then this is how you guys can change out the fill as well. Okay, so this was about shape fill. And also, if you don't want to put out any colors, let's say you don't like any colors, you don't want to put on pictures, but over here you do want to put out some textures. Okay, so there are different kind of patterns which you guys can basically choose from. Let's say I do like this one, so I can take this one. And if you do want to explore more textures, you guys click on more textures, and from here you guys can basically explore a lot. Okay, so let's come here. If you do want to have pattern fill, you guys can come here and you guys can select the pattern. You guys can also select what is going to be the foreground color of the pattern. And also you guys can select that what is going to be the background color of the pattern. Okay, so this is quite an interesting option available over here. So you guys can check out which one looks better and you guys can fill out the pattern and also choose the color or what color combination pattern you are looking for. Then you guys can work with this accordingly. Okay, so let's close this thing down. And let's say you don't want pattern as well. You want to have some gradients. Okay, so for that, let's come here, let's move this shape, and the same way I will go to shape fill, and now let me show you guys about gradient. Okay, so once I've selected the gradient, I need to choose what kind of gradient am I looking for. Okay, so do I want it to move from bottom left corner? Okay, otherwise, if I come here into the more gradient option, and from here, let's select gradient fill, and over here, I can choose what all color combination am I looking for over here. Okay, so let's go with white, and I'll select this one first, and over here, let's take out a yellow color, and from here, let's try to get out a darker color, and lastly, over here, I am going to take out a dark red color. Okay, so I can come here and I can basically change this color as well. From here, let's take out this red color. And if you do want to change this pattern, you guys can come here and change the pattern accordingly. Okay, and also you guys can select that what is going to be the transparency. Okay, let's go with 50% transparency over here. Let's click on 50, and over here now you guys can basically select the position as well. Let's put out the position as 60, and if you do want to increase the brightness, you guys can come here and maybe increase the brightness by 10. Okay, and if you do want to rotate it with shape, you guys can come here, turn on this rotate with shape option, and it will be applied accordingly. Okay, and once you are done, you guys can select from what direction this will basically move. Here you guys can see it will move the way you want over here. Okay, if you want it to move linear, you guys can select it, and also you guys will be able to select the type of gradient. So there are different type. Let's say there is linear, there is radial, there is rectangular, and there is path. Okay, so if you select the path option, it will kind of show like that. If you select the rectangle, it will kind of show like this. Let's go with the radial, from where the color will basically generate from the center. Okay, so I will come here. Let's go with linear, and this looks better. And also on the preset, you guys can see I do have a lot of presets which I can choose from. And now once you are done with the gradient, you guys can select this one and also go with this texture fill. Okay, I already do have told you about these textures. You guys can select the texture, what you want. And now let's close this down as well. Okay, so now let's select this shape again. And now if you do want to bring this shape forward, you guys can come here, and let's say you guys can come here and bring this shape forward. And the same way, if you do want to bring it backward, let's say I will come here, select this shape, and now if I just select send backward, and now if you guys can see, it went backward. Okay, so the same way I will just bring it forward again, and now I can just place it on top. Okay, so this is how you guys can basically use this particular option of shapes. Now let's select this shape which I have over here, and you guys can see that I do have the shape outline. Okay, so the borders basically, so if I do want to put on more weight, let's say I will just select 6. Okay, so I will just select this color right over here, and let's go with a black color. Okay, so this one looks better. And the same way I will come here and I want to add up a black border, and also under weight, what I'm going to do is I am going to basically put on some weight as well. Okay, so let's come here, and from here, let's go with 2.5. Okay, so this is how you guys can basically work. Okay, so this was about the shape outline. And also, if you do want to add any kind of effects onto your shape, let's say there are different kind of presets. Okay, so it actually is the preset number 1. There are a lot of 3D options as well. If you do want to check it out, you guys can come here and check out different kind of 3D options. So let's go to this shadow. If you do want to add any kind of shadows over here, if you want to use any shadows, you guys can see you do have all of these options. Let's say I will use this particular shadow right over here for now. So I will just keep this arrow right over here in the center. You guys can use this particular effect. Let's click onto this. And also over here, you guys can see that you do have different kind of word styles. Okay. So if you do want to transform any of your text, you guys can come here and transform any kind of your text. Okay. So if you wanted to write it on a path, you guys can come here and make sure that you do have your writings following on a path. Okay, you can just write it in a circle, you can just write it in a button. Over here you guys can write it on an arc. Okay, and also this is also an arc, but it is from the downside. Okay, so different type of option. If you do want to fade in, fade out, you guys can work with all these options right over here. Okay, and if you do have any text, okay, you guys can come here and make sure where do you want to align it. Do you want to align it on top of your page? Do you want to align it in the middle of your page? Or do you want to align it in the bottom? Okay, so now let's select this thing up and let's just close this thing down. And yeah, I hope you guys do have understood this class on how you will be able to work on with shapes. Okay, so here are also different preset options of shapes. If you just click over here, you guys can see there are a lot of presets which you can basically work with. Okay, then after selecting, you guys can also write inside those boxes or those presets over here. So these are theme style, and underneath that you do have the presets. Okay, and also over here, if you select this particular shape, if you want to, if you do have different kind of text, you guys can also use this wrap text option over here. And also under positioning, you do have the option of positioning over here in any type of corner. You guys can basically do that from here as well. Okay. And here there is another option known as the edit shape. Basically what you guys will be able to do is you guys can go on to this edit shape option, and under let's go to this edit point. Let's say I want to change this shape, so I will just move on to, or I will just hold and drag out this particular shape. Okay, and it will just basically bend accordingly. So if you do want to manually create any shape, you guys can come here and manually create shapes around using these points. Okay, so again go to edit shape, and from here instead of editing these points, if you want to come here and change the shape totally. Let's say I did have a rectangle, but now I want to replace this shape with an oval. So here you guys can see, now you guys can basically replace this shape with an oval as well. Okay, so this is how this shape actually works. And also lastly, if you do want to draw a text box, let's say I want to add text over here and I want to add a text box, so I can come here and I can just type my text, and the text won't go outside this particular box. Okay, so this is how you guys can actually write down any kind of text into your text box. So I hope you guys do have understood this class on how you will be able to work with shapes, like you will be able to insert and also edit shapes around. So I hope to see you all in the next chapter, where we'll be learning more about MS Word itself. So see you all in the next chapter. Till then, take care and goodbye, everyone. Hello, everyone, and welcome you all to another chapter of the MS Word Essential tutorial. So now we are on our chapter number 12, and this is the last chapter of this whole tutorial, where I'll be showing you guys about how you will be able to set up your page. Okay, so once you are done putting all of your shapes, putting all of your documents, working on with the tables, now you do have your final file. How you will be able to set up that page, if you do want to put out any margins, how you want to check out the orientation. Okay, and also you will prepare it for printing. So what are the things which you need to know to get the final file, or before printing, what all we need to know over here, we'll be learning into this particular chapter. So let's not waste time and let's get started. So over here, as you guys can basically see on my screen, that I do have this particular document. Okay, so this particular document basically consists of 83 pages. Okay, so it will show me the current page wherever I go on, and I can basically move around, or I can just hover around as well. Okay, so over here now you guys can see now I'm here in the page number 15, and now let's come over here back again. So now, as just take a look that when I did start this particular document, or when this particular document was written, here on this particular side on top also you guys can see there is a spacing, and also onto the sides there is a spacing as well. Okay, and there is a imaginary line of margin. Okay, so sometimes if we do have a lot of objects, or let's say we are writing any kind of book or any kind of important research paper, in that case, we basically don't want this much margins in all the sides. Okay, so let's say if I do want to increase or decrease the margin, so for that, I need to make sure that I set up my page. Okay, so for that thing, what I'll do is I will come over here, and from here, now let's go to this option called layout. Okay, so once I'm over here in the layout under this page setup option, you guys can see I do have margins, orientation, size, and columns. Okay, so now there are basically two types of orientation. Let's say, so first one is this portrait and landscape. So now my page is in a portrait mode, and if I do want to view it in a landscape mode, I can come here and all my pages have turned into landscape. Okay, so if you do want me to zoom out, you guys can basically see that my page is in this particular mode, or it is in this landscape mode. So again, if I come here and if I change it to portrait, it will be back into portrait again. So let's come here, let's place it, and let's keep it right over here. Let's go to the first page again. Okay, so once I'm over here in my first page, this is the usage of orientation. Okay, so now if I do want to actually work on with the margins, let's come here and I can basically select what kind of margin am I looking for. Okay, so I can just select from all these presets which I have available. Let's say they're telling me that how much gap there will be between the age of the paper. Okay, here you guys can see this is the age of the paper and this imaginary line. Okay, if I want my writing to start from this part, I can also do that. Okay, so I can select top how much gap do I want, on the right hand and the left hand side how much gap do I want, and also on the bottom how much gap do I want. Okay, so the same way if I come here and if I just put on narrow, you guys can see now this is how it actually looks. Okay, so it is just coming onto the edges. Again, for the margins, if I come here, if I go with normal, you guys can see there is a 1 inch gap. Okay, so if you want to come here, if you want to check those things out, you guys can do that. Otherwise, you guys can come here, click on custom margins, and over here you guys can basically select the orientation. You guys can select how much you want. Okay, let's say 6 over here, 6 over here. All the sides I will just put zero point 0.6. Okay, so I will just put the cutter position on the left hand side. I do want it as a portrait, and also I want to apply it to multiple pages. So I will just keep it in normal. Okay, and I want to apply it to the whole document, not into this point forward. Okay, so I want to put it in the whole document. So the margin part is done, and under paper, if you want to work on with the paper sizes, here you guys can see under the sizes option, I also do have, and also the layout. Like if you do want to change this header, if you do want to change of the footer, you guys can select that where you do want to put out your header and footer as well. Okay, so let's cancel this one, and now let's come here, and from here let's try to select the page size. Okay, So let's say I want to have a A4 paper size. So this is how it will basically look on a A4 paper size. Okay. Otherwise, let's say I want to have it in a letter paper size, or let's say I want to have it in a A5. Here, this is how it will basically look into an A5 paper size. Okay. And in one page, let's say if you come just right over here, let's go to the column option. If you want to have two columns, you guys can see all my document over here have turned, or it basically do have two columns. Okay, so there is one imaginary line over here as well. If you do want to have three, you guys can come here and you guys will be able to see that now you guys do have three columns as well. Okay, so you guys can come here, apply those thing up, and if you do want to have column on the left or on the right hand side, or if you manually want to work or add columns or remove columns, you guys can basically do that. So let's come here and I will just keep one column, and I can also select if I do have multiple columns, more than one, then I can select manually the width and the spacing between that. And the best part about that is I can also see in this preview option of how it will basically look. And also they'll tell me that where do I want to apply? Do I want to apply it to the selected text, or do I want to apply it onto the whole document? Okay, so I will just come here. Let's cancel this thing up. And now under columns, let's go with one. Okay, so I will just apply one column over here. Let's select the paper size. Let's go with this A3. Okay, so you guys can come here. You guys can apply this A3 paper size. Okay, and also let's select the margin. Let's go with this narrow option. And let's come here. And once you are basically done, if you do want to check this thing out, let's zoom out. And over here, basically, you guys will be able to see multiple pages. Okay, so let's come here. And if you do want to delete this page, you guys can come here and delete any pages according to yourself as well. So now again, let's zoom in. Okay, let's move in over here and let's go down. Okay, so once I'm done, let's go to the margins. Let's select out this narrow option. Okay, so once I do have selected this narrow option, you guys can also select the indent, like what is going to be the spacing. So if you do want to increase it, you guys can come here and increase it accordingly. If you do want to decrease it, you guys can come here and decrease it as well. Okay, so now I will come here, and from here, let's go to this layout option again. And from here, once you are done, once you're happy with all of these things, you need to go to your file option. And from here, you need to go into this print option. So under print option, basically, you guys are able to see the preview on the right hand side. Okay, so here it basically consists of 124 pages. So you guys will be able to see the preview of 124 pages itself. Let's say specifically you want to check what is there in page 80, or you want to preview page 80. So just type 80 over here, and if you click on enter, you will be able to see what is the content available in page number 80. Okay, so this is how you guys can work. And also over here onto this particular side, you guys can see that how many copies of this one you want to have. Okay, so over here you guys can select if you want multiple copies. You guys can come here and select multiple copies, and also make sure you connect your printer. Okay, so if you do have multiple printers, you guys can come here and select from here. If you do want to add up a new printer which you already have, you guys can come here and you guys can add your printer from here as well. And after that, into the settings option, if you do want to print all pages, the whole thing, you guys can select that. Otherwise, if you want to customize print, like you do want to only want to print some specific pages, not the whole thing, you guys can come here and you guys can go to custom print. Okay, so let's come here, let's go to custom print. And from here, you guys can just give out the name, let's say from 2 to page number 10. Okay, so you guys can come here and click on enter, and it will be print accordingly. So I will just go out again. Let's go to file option. Let's click on print. And here you guys can see that it will only print from page 2 till 10. Okay. And also how you do want to print it. Like, do you want to print it one side or do you want to manually print on both the sides? Okay. So you guys can actually do that. If you do want to print it, so you guys have to manually change the paper size if you do want to print it on both the sides. And over here, lastly, you guys can see this is how it will basically work. Let's say I will always select the collated option, and you guys can lastly check your orientation, check out the size, the paper size, and you guys can check out the margins and also select that how many page you want in per sheet. Okay, so you guys can have 2 pages, you guys can have 4. It totally depends up to you what is the size of page you're using. Okay, and how you're actually positioning your page into your printer. Okay, so if you do want to scale to paper size, you guys can also do that. So this was about the page setup. And once you're done, you guys can come here and click on to this print option. Okay, so yeah, I hope you guys to have understood this particular class on how you will be able to work on MS Word. Okay, so I try to make you guys understand MS Word Essential or all the basic tools in detail, that you get a very strong basic of MS Word and be able to use it into your daily work. So we also do have class projects into this particular tutorial. So I'll be giving you guys those topics, and I'll be hoping that you guys send me your work into our project panel that I can check those and get back to you guys. So yeah, keep on practicing MS Word and keep on learning more, and make sure that you keep on exploring different options over here. So the more time you spend onto a software, the more you will be able to gain knowledge about that particular software, and the more familiar we'll get with the tools and the features available. So take care, everyone, and keep on practicing MS Word and keep on learning and keep on exploring. Hello, everyone. So now this is the time for our class project, and this is a class project one where we'll be using the text wrap option. So first, I will be showing you guys the steps, what all you need to follow. Next, we'll move on to the application and see how it's basically done. So let's see what are the steps that we need to follow over here. So on my screen, if you guys basically take up a look, you guys can see the name of the class project is using the text wrap option. And also here I do have basically a description and also an outcome, which you guys can see. But for me, I will directly move on to the steps of what all we need to follow. So you guys can refer the description and the outcome once you are doing the work, and you guys can check out the outcome once you have done. So the step one is open up a document, and step two is place an image from the insert option. Step three, you need to go to the text wrap option. Step four, you need to wrap text around your image. For step five, apply the text wrap option accordingly. And step six, save the file and upload it in our project panel. Okay. So now let's move on to Word and let's see how it's basically done. So over here, as you guys can see that I do have opened up a new document on my laptop. And over here, if you don't know how to open up a document, you need to go here into your file. And from here, instead of new, you guys need to click on open, and it will redirect basically into your system if you just click onto the browse option. And from there, you guys can basically check out from where you do want to save that file. So now let's go back, and from here now I am going to text wrap around. So another thing, the next thing what I'm going to do is I am going to click over here onto the insert option, and let's say I want to get some images from online. Okay, so I will just click on online pictures, and from here let's go with some beach. Okay, so let's come here. Let's take out this image and I would want to insert this particular image right over here. Okay, so as you guys can see, it is getting loaded and here my image is being inserted. So what I can do is I can just select this image from here. Okay, if you do want to transform it, you guys can come here and you guys can transform this one. Let's select this image. Let's go to picture format, and from the picture format, you guys can see I do have the text wrap option. Okay. So from the text wrap option, now what I'm going to do is as this one is in line with text, I will come here and I want to fit it tight. So I will come here and let's say I want to place it just between over here in center. Okay, let's come here. Let's try to place it over here in the center. And this is how it will basically work. Otherwise, let's just put it over here. Okay, just between this. Or sometimes what you guys can do is if you don't want to move it down, you guys can come here, move it down. And there are also other options, which is the through. This is the top and bottom. If you want it behind the text or if you do want it in front of text, you guys can also do that. Let me just keep this one as in the tight option for now. Let me place it. And if you do want to increase or decrease the size accordingly, you guys can come here and increase or decrease the size accordingly. Okay, so once you are done, what you guys can do is you guys can come here and once you're done text wrapping, you guys can save the file and basically upload it into our project panel. Okay, so you guys can basically do it in more complex text place. Okay, so once you import an image in MS Word, then at first you guys won't be able to move out that picture. Okay, so if I just click on that picture, let's go to picture format. And if I just keep it in the inline with text, you won't be able to move. But if you come here, if you change it from the text tab option, then only you guys will be able to move your image around your whole document. So as you are done, let's go to file. And from here, you guys can go to save as. And from save as, let's go to the browse option. And from here, let's go to desktop. Let's go to my resource file. And I will name this one as class project one. Okay, let's type class project one. Okay, and just save this file and make sure to upload this document into our project panel. Then I can check those things and get back to you guys. Okay, if I do want to give you guys any kind of suggestion, you guys can take those suggestions. And also you guys should basically use shapes as well. Okay, so here I do have used images. Okay, you guys can use shapes and images. Okay, you guys can use multiple images for text wrapping. So I'll be waiting for you guys to send your work into our project panel. So yeah, I hope to see you all in the next chapter where we'll be learning more about MS Word. Take care, everyone. Keep on learning MS Word and keep on practicing. Hello, everyone. So now this is the time for our class project. And this is the class project number 2 where I'll be creating a watermark. Okay, so first I'll be showing you guys the steps of what all you need to do. Then we'll move on to the software or the application called this MS Word and we'll see how it's basically done. So let's not waste time and let's get started. So as you guys can see on my screen, I do have the name of the class project as creating a watermark. And over here, we do have a description and we do have an outcome. And now if you take a look, I will directly go on to the steps. So the step 1 is create up a new document. Step 2 is go to the design option. Step 3, go to the watermark option. Step 4, place a text or a logo for your watermark. Step 5, apply the values accordingly. Step 6, save the file and upload it in our project panel. Okay, so now let's move on to MS Word and let's see how it's basically done. So over here, as you guys can see that I'm here in the home page of the MS Word. So the first thing is go to the new option and let's click on to a blank document. So over here now I do have a blank document, and over here if I do want to put out any watermark onto this page, what I'm going to do is I am going to first come here into this design page. Okay. So let's come here. Let's go to this design page. And from here, now I do have this particular option known as the watermark. Okay. So I will come here. I will just click onto the watermark, and you guys can see that if you do want to check out the presets, you guys can take this kind of watermarks from the preset as well. Or if you do want to browse it from office.com. But for me, I will just customize my watermark. Okay, so let's click on custom watermark, and basically I need to choose that what type of watermark am I looking for. Am I looking for a watermark which provides or which do have a text? Let's click on watermark. Let's go to custom watermark, and from here now let's change this one. I will just keep the language as English, and over here onto text I will just write A B, C, D. Okay, so I will just write this thing down. And after that, I will come here and I will just check what kind of font can I basically take. Okay, so I will come here. I will just take this particular text. I can select what is going to be the size. Let's go with 90 over here. And I want to have it horizontal. Okay, I want the layout to be horizontal. And also I can check out the color. And if you do want me to apply, this is how it will basically look. And if you're done, you guys can just click on OK, or you can just close this. And this is how this watermark will look like. But what I'm going to do now is I'm going to put out an image as well. Let's go to the custom watermark option. And from here, instead of text watermark, I will go with picture watermark. And from here, let's go to select picture. Okay, which will give me a page like this, like from where do I want to insert this picture. So I do have the logo over here in my system. So I will just click over here onto this browse option. And from here, let's go to downloads, or let's go to desktop. Let's go to my resource file, and let's take this image and let's click on insert. So I do have inserted that image, and here you guys can see how do I want to scale it. Do I want to scale it big? Do I want to scale it small? Okay, so let's say I will just scale it 200%, and I'll keep the washout effect as this one is a watermark. So I can just click on apply, and I can basically check how it actually looks. And if I just turn off the washout mode, let's click on apply. This is how it will basically look. So now let's close it down and let's see. This is how this watermark looks, and this looks great as well. And lastly, what I'll do is let's come here. Let's go to file. From here, let's go to save as. Let's go and browse. Let's go to my desktop file. And from here, I will actually save this one into my resource file. Okay, so let's name this one as class project 2. Okay, so I'll name this one as class project 2, and I will click on save, and this particular file has been saved. So I'll be waiting for you guys to send me a work that I can check those out, and you guys can basically do multiple of this. Okay, so I'm not telling that you only have to do it with picture, or you only have to do it with text. Okay, so you guys can have multiple word file, and you guys can have multiple of these watermarks, and you guys can just send it into our project panel in one particular file. So I hope you guys to have understood this class. Then see you all in the next chapter. Till then, take care and goodbye everyone.